Good afternoon. This is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. We are holding an informational hearing on Council Bill 22-0134R on the 2022 Labor Day weekend E. coli positive test and Baltimore City government response. I am Councilman Schleifer, chair of the committee. To my right is Council Vice President Middleton. We have,
Thank you.
I didn't say Council President Nick Mosby, Councilman Torrance, Councilman Bullock, Councilman Burnett. To my left, Councilman Costello, Councilwoman Ramos, Councilman Cohn. I'd like to thank all the city representatives for joining us today, especially the city administrator, Shorter. Before we get into the presentation, I'll just give you a quick overview of what we're doing here and the next steps. Every city and county faces challenges, and the reason we're here today is not because we experienced a contamination of our water system, because that can happen anywhere. Why we're here is because of the way that it was handled. The most critical time in a crisis is those first 24 hours, and frankly, I'm disgusted on how those first 24 hours was handled. DPW lacked transparency, and even worse, when they finally decided to announce this crisis, it was diminished to a tweet. I was horrified to see members of the media desperately trying to get even the most basic questions answered. The media and the public was left in the dark for those critical hours on Monday when parents were mixing their baby's formula with powder that was possibly mixed with contaminated water, and the seniors in the senior center across the street and other seniors in the community woke up on Monday and took their medicine with water that was possibly also contaminated. This lack of communication can never happen again. It has created a tremendous distrust in our water system, and to that end, this council, as you can see here, this is a top priority. Many members of the council are here with us today, and I have scheduled 3 hearings on this topic, and my hope is that DPW gives us the answers today so we do not need to have those follow-up hearings. But I am prepared to hold hearings weekly until these questions get answered. And to that, I will turn it over to DPW for a quick presentation, and then we will take questions from the committee, and then the council, and then we will also open the floor for public testimony. Anybody who would like to testify can sign in the back. Everyone will get an opportunity to speak. How many slides do you have in your presentation? I haven't received it yet.
33.
Okay, can you get that presentation done in 10 minutes? Okay, I mean, we can do difficult things here, so let's try to get it done within 15 minutes so that we can jump into the question and answers.
So thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Schleifer and members of this honorable committee. My name is Jason Mitchell. I'm the director of the Department of Public Works. First, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As you know, DPW provides excellent drinking water for our 1.8 million customers. To ensure safe drinking water, we test 3 significant stages in our water processing. Our first stage is our raw water at our reservoirs. And as you know, that it was operating well. Our second stage is at our treatment plant. And that stage, we are also operating very well. Our third stage is through our distribution system, in which we collect 90 locations weekly within our water distribution area, amounting for about 360 samples each month, or over 4,300 samples annually to ensure the health and safety of our water to our customers. On Friday, September 9th, DPW has officially lifted the water boil advisory, and all water is safe to consume. Per protocol, we met and exceeded all regulatory requirements, but we know there is room to improve. We recognize the frustration expressed by key stakeholders and our valued customers, and we are in the process of creating new protocols to ensure swift resolution to issues as they arise and to improve communication to our public. We will perform emergencies and crisis management training with our new staff and existing staff. We will work internally with all departments to prepare in advance to ensure communication is vastly improved, as well as reorganizing our communications division to meet the current needs of our key stakeholders. To ensure transparency to the public going forward, DPW will release testing results monthly on our website. Our mission is simply to support the health, environment, and economy of our city and to the region by providing customers with safe drinking water and keeping neighborhoods and our waterways clean. Here at DPW, we take that mission very serious. As a director, take that mission very serious and are committed to providing best-in-class service to our valued customers. We understand that we met all standards and processes per our guidelines and regulations, but we know Baltimore City deserves better. And we, DPW, can be better and will be better. Thank you. I think we had two other statements, and then we'll join into our presentation.
All right, before we get into that, I want to also welcome Councilman Conway to the hearing and former Mayor Bernard C. Jack Young. You don't need to sit in the back there, Mr. Mayor. If you'd like, you can come sit up front. Okay, don't cause too much trouble back there. Thank you.
So I'm going to hand it off to Chief Wallace for an opening statement.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is James Wallace. I am the Deputy Chief and Director of the Office of Emergency Management. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. I'm joined today by members of my OEM team, including Captain Scott Broman, who's our Deputy Director for Operations, Ms. Elise Gillespie, Deputy Director for Finance and Administration, Ms. Haya Deach, who is the OEM Logistics Section Chief, Ms. Tiffany Gamble-Sanchez, who is a Senior Emergency Planner, and Dr. Tiana Gianchi, who is the city's COVID Safety Czar. On Monday, September 5th at approximately 3 p.m., after arriving in Harlan Park, I decided to activate the Emergency Operations Center in response to this event to bolster support for DPW as they responded to the water contamination issues that originated in that area. OEM's role in this instance and in many of our responses and activations is to provide support, coordination, and resource management to the incident commander or members of a designated unified command. The EOC remained activated through Saturday, September 10th at 2 p.m., a full 24 hours after the full boil water advisory was lifted and once water distribution to the communities had concluded. Our staff, alongside many agency representatives, were in the EOC daily supporting DPW from 8 a.m. until 9 p.m., and in some cases, staff remained in the EOC well into the night after midnight. We were very fortunate in the fact that we received in-person support from several surrounding jurisdictions in the form of emergency planners. This support was received through the execution of MEMAC requests. During this incident, OEM provided additional support to DPW by assuming oversight of water distribution efforts. Distribution was inclusive of 3 fixed sites, bulk deliveries to medical facilities and senior housing, and individual water deliveries requested through 311. OEM monitored the burn rates at distribution sites and coordinated replenishment from water staging locations in areas of the city. OEM also supplemented DPW's water procurement efforts and assisted with tracking all water donations. At this time, we approximate that 50,000 cases of water were distributed by the City of Baltimore during the duration of this event. Speaking on behalf of OEM, there are some immediate lessons learned for us, myself, and my staff after this activation. First, an identified need to activate the Chief Data Officer or their designee right away. We should have had the ability to immediately implement strong tracking and analysis tools during this response. Activating a Chief Data Officer will give us another position inside of the EOC exclusively for the purpose of tracking the progress of an incident. This change has been made and is now incorporated into our activation plans. Second, improvement on how we harness offers of assistance from nonprofits, community organizations, and volunteers, and improve how we integrate offers of assistance into responses to incidents. We fully recognize the significance of our community partners, as we've seen over the past week during this event. This change, too, will be incorporated into existing plan revisions. I'm happy to answer any further questions on any of the OEM's actions and participation in this event at the conclusion of the presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Letitia Jarrasa, and I'm the Commissioner of Health for Baltimore City. I'm here today representing the Health Department, who served as a supporting agency in the city's overall emergency response related to the E. coli water contamination event that occurred during this past Labor Day weekend. Briefly, I will start with a review of what E. coli is. E. coli is a bacteria normally found in the intestines of healthy people and animals. Most types of E. coli are harmless or cause relatively brief diarrhea. However, a few strains can cause severe stomach cramps, bloody diarrhea, and vomiting. Exposure to E. coli may occur from contaminated water or food. Healthy adults usually recover from infection with pathogenic E. coli within a week. Young children and older adults have a greater risk of developing a life-threatening form of kidney failure with pathogenic E. coli. Signs and symptoms of pathogenic E. coli usually begin 3 or 4 days after exposure to the bacteria, but you may become ill as soon as 1 day after exposure to more than a week later.
Next audio.
Those signs and symptoms include diarrhea, which may range from mild and watery to severe and bloody, stomach cramping, pain or tenderness, and or nausea or vomiting. Additionally, during the formal presentation, DPW will also discuss identification of something called coliforms in the water samples. Coliforms are bacteria that are present in the digestive tracts of animals and humans and are found in their waste. They are also found in plant and soil material. A positive coliform test can be indicative of E. coli contamination of a water supply. As the local health department, our role supporting the lead agency during this response was focused on the following: providing general information and education to the public on signs and symptoms of an E. coli infection, supporting the coordination and communication with impacted healthcare facilities, including nursing homes and hospitals in the affected areas, providing additional coordination and support for impacted assisted living facilities, senior housing sites, city schools, and food facilities, and lastly, identifying and tracing possible E. coli-related illnesses among city residents exposed to the water. The Health Department worked directly in the Emergency Operations Center under the leadership of DPW, the Incident Command, and the response to assist as assigned. More specific components of the response that the Health Department directly supported will be discussed in the pending slides. Lastly, I do just want to note that to date, the Health Department is not aware of any illnesses linked to the contaminated water. Thank you.
So thank you. So we're going to start with the slide presentation, and I'll try my best to get through it in 15 minutes. If someone can bring the slide presentation up.
Who do you guys have assigned to it?
I think it's
on the screen. Can you just make it larger?
Perfect, thank you. So before I go into the detailed timelines, and we're going to go into some details, I just want to share our proactive approach to ensure our customers have the best quality water. DPW usually takes proactive samples from our 3 reservoirs, Liberty, Lock Raven, and Pretty Boy. In addition to that, our 3 treatment plants, both Ashburton and Montebello 1 and 2. And then from 90 locations weekly within our water distribution area, totaling about 360 samples and over 4,000 annually. Samples that we take have to incubate for 24 hours, and we will discuss more of that in upcoming slides. If a test is positive, the Maryland Department of Environment requires retesting after confirmation of the first positive test. This proactive approach assists in providing us with the best and high quality water. So on Friday, September 2nd, we're going to start with our timeline there. DPW was doing our normal routine samples. On Friday, we sampled 19 routine locations where we collected in West and Southwest Baltimore. At about 2:35 p.m., a sample was captured at engine number 8, and that's at 1503 West Lafayette Ave. And it was received and incubated in our laboratory. Next slide. On Saturday, September 3rd, at 11:30 a.m., samples from engine number 8 at 1503 West Lafayette Street tested positive for coliform and E. coli. At 1:05 p.m., engine number 8 was resampled. At 2:30 p.m., we collected an upstream and downstream samples within that area where we saw that positive. And then at 4:15, we alerted MDE by written notice of the first positive test, where our resample was taken, and our up and downstream samples. On Saturday, September 4th at 9 a.m., our second sample from engine number 8 tested positive for E. coli. At 9:30 a.m., staff alerted MDE of the second positive results via emergency hotline. At 12:15 p.m., engine number 8, we began flushing the hydrant. At 12:52 p.m., BCHD was notified of the issue with the water at engine number 8, and BCHD advised the people working to monitor for vomiting, nausea, and other symptoms of potential E. coli, and if needed, to seek medical care. At 1 p.m., upstream sample tested positive for coliform, and that was at 920 North Carey Street. At 1 o'clock again, our downstream sample tested positive for E. coli, and that was a police Western District station at 1034 North Mount Street. Next slide. On September 4th, at 2:45 p.m., DPW crews and contractors dispatched to begin flushing in the area. At 5:45 p.m., staff is continuing to engage with MDE to establish lines of communication and engage in protocol. At 6 p.m., staff began direct phone calls to facilities where samples were collected, alerted them of the positive results. At 6:06 p.m., Councilmember Bullock was notified in email and via text.
Excuse me, the Director and Mr. Chair, can I interject one quick point? So the email and the text I received said that there was water sampling happening, but it said nothing about E. coli. I just want to make that point.
Thank you, sir. And at 6:46 p.m., monitoring crews was requested to reevaluate hydraulic scenarios and began to do analysis. Next slide. At 8 p.m., we learned of a potential impact area that was about a 4-block radius from the positive site. At 9:30 p.m., MDE approved outreach strategies and notification method, and that was via Twitter next door per protocol. We must receive that approval. At 10 o'clock p.m., BCHD notified Future Care Sandtown Nursing Home about the water concerns. and at 10:30 p.m., MDE approved our written communications. And overnight, DPW began to deliver water to future care, sound, and Sandtown areas. Next slide. In summary, on September 4th, on Sunday, September 4th, we had 3 positive tests. We test 19 locations in that area. One of those tests tested positive. Again, that was the Fire Station Engine 8. And then when we did up and downstream at 920 North Cary, that tested positive for coliform, and BPD's Western District first tested positive for E. coli. And you can see the map there of the locations for the sample. Per protocol, DPW began coordinating and working with MDE on outreach strategy, notification method, and language and initial announcements. Next slide. Next slide, you'll see a close-up, a more close-up area of the map where we saw those 3 positive locations. Next slide. On Monday, September 5th at 7:45 a.m., the public message was posted on Twitter and Nextdoor. And at 8 a.m., community liaisons began door-to-door canvassing, distributing the boil water advisory notification, and providing water to the community within that smaller radius. Next slide. On September 5th at 10:30 a.m., DPW presented what we call the smaller box that you saw earlier, which narrowed down what we initially anticipated was the impact area. DPW on a call with MDE explored the potential impact of expanding the map to include the western portion of Zone 2, and we'll talk about that map shortly. Staff continued to work through our hydraulic system mapping analysis so that per the western portion of Zone 2, we can understand what that impact area consists of. On Monday, September 5th, from 2:30 to 3:15, where we concluded the call, MDE ordered us to require the boil water advisory for the box area, and that's the north-south is Riggs Street in West Franklin, east-west Cary, and Pulaski Street. In addition to that, MDE ordered a precautionary boiling water advisory for the western portion of Zone 2 out of abundance of caution to ensure that residents were not impacted. Just as a note, we only received negative tests within the precautionary area before and after the results, but we made a decision to be as proactive and precautionary as possible. Staff then pivoted to finalize our maps, adjust our messaging, and plan for the broader water distribution strategy. Next slide. On September 5th at 3:30 p.m., staff meets to finalize our boil water announcement. Concurrently, staff is finalizing the map showing the precautionary area, not only the small box, but the larger box. That decision at that time was made to activate our EOC. At 4 p.m., DPW staff collected new samples from the 3 preliminary locations that tested positive and began sampling additional locations throughout the entire distribution center, all 90 locations plus additional locations as we identified earlier. At 4:24 p.m., OEM announced activation of level 1 full EOC operations. At 4:26 p.m., press release was issued announcing the boil water advisory and the map that was associated with that after said 3:15 call with our regulators. At 7 p.m., water distribution centers were identified with support from our Baltimore County partners. Next slide. After EOC mapping, BCHD called reps for hospitals within the boil water advisory zone. That's St. Agnes, Grace Medical, and UMMC Midtown, to answer questions and to access resources as needed. And at 8:45 p.m., a press conference was held. Next slide. In the following map, you will see two slides. You will see two different versions of a map, one that included Anne Arundel County and one without Anne Arundel County. In the press release on Monday, September 5th at 4:46 p.m., we included Anne Arundel County because we do have infrastructure in said area, and we are purchasing water from Anne Arundel County. Out of abundance of caution, we included this area until we were able to confirm with county representatives that they were not utilizing that water and that all valves were disengaged. Once verified, Anne Arundel County representative were removed from the map, and as you see on the next slide, that slide there, they were removed about 11:08 p.m. via an updated press release. We recognize this caused frustration, and we do apologize. But again, we were working in an abundance of caution, as all water quality tests in the smaller impact zones or the larger impact zones were all negative. Next slide. On Tuesday, September 6th, at the three primary locations that began to test positive, we began 8-hour regular testing at 6 a.m., 2 p.m., and at 10 p.m. And additional samples were taken throughout our entire water system, as well as some random locations as discussed with our regulators. The three water distribution centers that we set up on Tuesday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. was at Harlem Park Middle and Elementary School, at Middle Branch Park, and at Lansdowne Library in Baltimore County. At 11 a.m., bulk water deliveries began at senior centers and hospitals. Next slide. On Tuesday, September 6th, BCHD conducted outreach to assisted living facilities and senior housing sites in the Boyle Water Advisory Zone. By end of the day, all impacted senior housing sites and ALFs had been called and had communications. BCHD also began canvassing the impacted area, notifying food facilities of boil water advisories and providing the food facilities fact sheets. At 3:30 p.m., 311 began taking and receiving calls from senior and homebound individuals regarding service requests for deliveries into their homes. At the end of the day, BPD's Western District, and the end of the day on Tuesday, was the only sample test that was testing positive for E. coli. All other samples, including engine number 8 and 920 North Cary, returned negative results. Next slide. On Wednesday, September 7th, 3 water distribution centers operated from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., and those are the locations that was identified on the prior slide. At 1 p.m., DHCD began water deliveries to older adults and homebound individuals. All samples were collected. In addition, all samples were collected in the previous 24 hours, including BPD Western District returned negative results. At 8:37 on Wednesday, MDE authorized partial lifting of the Boyle Water Advisory. At 9 p.m., the mayor and city officials held a press conference on partial lifting of the BWA and advising public to begin flushing in those areas where we lifted the Boyle Water Advisory. At 9:26 p.m., a press release was issued announcing partial lifting and flushing instructions. Next slide. As you can see on the map, where you see the line stripes, that was the location where we lifted and remove our Boyle Water Advisory. Next slide. This slide shows the remaining area that was still under the Boyle Water Advisory. Please note, on Wednesday, September 7th at 9:26 p.m., this area received negative results for E. coli and coliform at all locations, but we were at that time beginning to do confirmation tests for those negatives at certain locations within that impact zone. On Thursday, next slide, On Thursday, September 8th, at the end of the day, all test results returned negative, including BPD's Western District confirmed a second negative result from E. coli and coliform. At 11:43 p.m., MDE approved all clear and the end of the boil water advisory. On Thursday through Friday, the Baltimore City HD Senior Center at Sandstown distributed 1,950 cases of water with the help of the Salvation Army. And on Friday, next slide, at 9 a.m., a press conference was held with all clear and an end to the boil water advisory. At 12 p.m., the Middle Branch Park and Lansdowne Library water distributions was permanently closed. Again, those were the locations where the boil water advisory was lifted on Wednesday. On Saturday, September 10th, at 12 p.m., Harlem Park Water Distribution Center was permanently closed. At 2:30 p.m., OEM announced level 1 full operation emergency was deactivated, but we continue to distribute water to seniors until all service requests from 311 was filled. Next slide. To get more into the water distribution efforts and just kind of giving you a more general overview in the water distribution, there were 3 sites, again, at Harlem Park, Middle Branch Park, Harlem Park Elementary School and Middle School, Middle Branch Park, and Lansdowne Library. All 3 operations were working daily from Tuesday, September 6th to Friday, September 9th. Harlem Park Elementary and Middle School continued their operations until Saturday, September 10th until noon. Bulk deliveries to medical facilities, senior buildings, and shelters occurred September 6th through September 9th. Delivery to older adults and homebound individuals from 311 continued to occur from Wednesday, September 7th through September 10th, with water orders still being fulfilled until they were all completed on Monday. OEM provided supplemental purchasing to DPW for water support and tracking of water distribution as identified by Chief Wallace. Next slide. The city approximately delivered 50,000 cases of water by the city over the duration of the event. 36,000 cases at the 3 sites and other locations throughout our city. Approximately 8,000 cases of bulk water delivery was made to medical centers, senior buildings, and shelters. The deliveries were made by crews from BCFD, DOT, and Campaign Zero. Delivery made to 25 senior housing locations and some repeat deliveries as needed and requested. Teams from DHCD, Special Ops, and DPW water meter techs completed approximately 560 water deliveries to homebound and the older adults that originated as requested through service requests from 311. Next slide. As a summary, we received approximately 12,000 cases of water via donations from many individuals and organizations as highlighted on the slide, and as well as grassroots and community organizations provided supplemental support in the impacted area. Next slide. Above, you will see a highlight of public notification notice starting from Monday, September 5th through Friday, September 9th. Many of these activities were outlined in the timeline as requested. Next slide. Just to give information on flushing on North Mount Street started and began on September 4th at 6:45 p.m. and concluded September 9th at 1:21 p.m. At North Cary.
Can we go back a slide, please?
Yes.
I mean, you've read through all the other slides. Can you read through this one, please?
Yes. So at Monday, September 5th at 7:43 a.m., message was delivered via Twitter and Nextdoor. At Monday, September 5th at 8 a.m., door-to-door canvassing took place. Monday, September 5th at 26 p.m., a press release was issued by DPW announcing the boil water advisory. Monday, September 5th at 5:03 p.m., Mayor's statement on incident shared with the public and the press. Monday, September 5th at 11:08 p.m., it was an updated press release issued by DPW announcing the boil water advisory, as well as the updated map to remove in Arundel County. On Tuesday, September 6th at 7:23 p.m., a press release was issued by the mayor's office to update on the boil water advisory. On Wednesday, September 7th at 9:26 p.m., another release was drafted to recognize a partial release and updates on the boil water advisory. On Friday, September 9th at 10:11 a.m., a press release was issued announcing the all clear of the water boil advisory. Next slide. As well as, I will go back over the dates here. At 1134 North Mount Street, we began our flushing activities at 6:45 p.m. on 9/4, and including at September 9th at 1:21 p.m. On the 920 North Carey Street, flushing began on the 4th at 8:45 p.m. and concluded on the 9th at 11 a.m. At 950 West Lafayette Avenue, again, flushing began at 11 a.m. and concluded at 2:05 p.m. Additional testing and sampling was occurring throughout this entire event. We tested 26 locations on September 5th, 51 locations on September 6th, and another 32 on September 7th, totaling 109 locations where we were sampling, taking additional samples throughout our entire distribution center. Next. We have many lessons learned, and to name a few, we would like that will help us improve as we move on with other events. Number one, improve all communication to council members as a matter and earlier in the event, alerting them that we are still, in fact, getting information and giving updates as we have them. Also, developing and disseminating talking points and other things for council member when constituents reach out. Pushing out information about sampling and testing and agency effort throughout the day. And again, we talked earlier about us, DPW, beginning to now go post monthly about our testing environment and testing sites. Also provide accurate, timely, and consistent messaging to the community and key stakeholders throughout. Other lessons learned is just a more detailed focus on our aging population and vulnerable community members when distributing information and supplies, because we know everyone receives information differently. Some via social media, some via television and radio, but also some via boots on the ground, and being able to provide better service throughout. And those are critical lessons learned through this event. And we share some of the frustration. Next slide. As we talk about and recognize the frustration expressed by this body, key stakeholders, and our other valued customers, we are instituting new protocols to ensure swift resolution and improve communication to the public. Our mission is quite simple, and it's to support the health, environment, and economy of our city and our region by providing customers with safe drinking water and keeping our neighborhoods and waterways clean. Here at DPW, we take this mission serious and are committed to providing best-in-class service to all of our valued customers. We understand that we met all standards and processes per our guideline, but we know Baltimore deserves better, and we, DPW, will do better. And we thank you all for giving us the time to speak to you tonight and do this presentation, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Director. Before we get into questions, as always, I will turn the floor over to the bill sponsor, which is Councilman Costello for opening remarks, and then we'll go into committee questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your willingness to schedule this hearing for me as well as Councilman Bullock and everyone else on the council on such short notice. Director, thank you for your presentation. Before I get into my introductory remarks, can you please have a member of your staff email that presentation to everyone on the council? There was a lot of data in there, which I'm sure many of us are very interested in reviewing. So if you could have someone do that, in the next few minutes, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I am extremely disappointed by the unclear and inconsistent communication, as well as the low resolution map that came from DPW in the first 48 hours of this water contamination event. I am especially disappointed that this has happened in West Baltimore, in neighborhoods. The impact area was primarily in Councilman Bullock's district in the 9th, but the entire northern half of my district in central West Baltimore was impacted by this. And the communication, as far as I'm concerned, was completely abysmal. There were 3 events in no less than a 24-hour period, which included communications I had with Chief Wallace regarding the low rises at McCullough Homes, being informed by DPW that they were not in a BWA. This was DPW's communication directly with HABC, when in fact they were in a BWA. Had I not made that call to Chief Wallace, HABC would have never delivered water to each of those 660 units. That's number 1. Number 2, the health department, out of an abundance of caution, and because of their inability, as with everyone else's inability, to read the low resolution map that your department produced, inadvertently, and again, out of an abundance of caution, I do believe their hearts were in the right place on this, informed senior buildings based on zip code, not based on the BWA zone. This created confusion and hysteria for multiple senior buildings in the 11th district, accounting for thousands of residents that I represent. Number 3, later that evening on Wednesday, I received notification from the president at the Towns at the Terraces in Northeast Poppleton that she was in need of water. I explained to her that her community was entirely outside of the BWA. She text messaged me flyers that she received, including the low resolution DPW map, along with some communication from DPW, which was apparently handed out, which I was able to determine the next day by HABC. It was handed out by the management company that manages that community. Interestingly enough, the management company that manages Heritage Crossing, which is another Hope 6 community in the district I represent, did not receive notification because of a lack of clear and consistent communication from DPW to our partners throughout the city. So I hope that we can get, during this hearing, more into this timeline and fully understand what happened here. And finally, Mr. Chair, I want to take a moment to thank CAO Shorter, Chief Wallace, Captain Broman, and Kelly Eastman from Dr. Giraz's team for their very consistent and super responsive communication anytime I had an inquiry. I really do appreciate it, and also want to thank all the city employees, DPW, Fire, DOT, BPD was out there, OEM, who were out distributing water and the heat. Really do appreciate their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. My first question, who's in charge of communications for DPW?
For DPW, I'm directly in charge for everything for DPW. Yolanda Winkler is our communications director.
So who put out that tweet at 7:43 in the morning on Monday morning?
Our communications team put out that tweet at 7:30, 7:43 in the morning.
Okay. So my question about that is, and we've had this conversation at multiple previous hearings, both as it relates to water billing, recycling, pickup, and other DPW issues, about the lack of communication out of your agency on the most basic methods of communication. So who made the decision to post this advisory on Twitter and leave it at that, as opposed to putting it out on all of your social media platforms, Facebook included, putting it out on your website immediately, putting it out via a text message alert, an email alert. Why bury it in a tweet at 7:43 in the morning on a Monday morning?
No, thank you for that question. As you can see, per the timeline, there was a series of communications, and what we want to do is really break down as the event transpired, bullet by bullet. As you can see, working from Sunday to Monday, we were still collecting a ton of data, right? We were developing our messaging, and we were getting ready to push out that messaging. Again, there are things that we just discussed that we can do better. What we were looking at making sure that we did was, for the immediate impacted area, getting information out as soon as possible through multiple streams, whether that was boots on the ground, whether that was social media. We knew that the residents within that initial box needed many different methods of communication. I think as we identified earlier in the presentation, even now, we learned a lot of lessons. I learned a lot of lessons as a director, and this being my first emergency here in Baltimore City. And even though, again, we were within our protocols, we have to and we must get better. That's our communications, and that's me as the director of DPW.
I don't think you guys learned any lessons, and the reason I say that is because we've had this conversation many times on previous hearings about when you're going ahead and putting a piece of information out in one place, it doesn't cost you any more to put it in all those platforms. So who individually posted that post on Twitter?
So for us, right, we had a smaller impact area. We knew where the positive was.
And you thought that impacted area is more likely on Twitter and not Facebook?
No, so part of our protocol and regulations, we work with our regulatory agencies to identify what is the best means and mode. We have to get that approved. And so we were working with our state regulator to be able to make sure we had the right messaging. We concluded at that 10:30 p.m. call that Twitter, a targeted message on Nextdoor, and having boots on the ground, knocking on the doors, providing water and boil water advisory notices was, at that time, was proper based upon where we're at and what we knew about the emergency.
Does the person who posted on Twitter, since you're not answering that question, do they have access to your DPW Facebook page?
Our communications teams have access to all of our media communication.
How long would it have taken them to copy and paste that information and post it on these other platforms? If they don't already use an app that simultaneously posts it across all platforms, like every major communications department in the world does. If you guys are individually logging in and doing it at each one, how much longer does it take to copy and paste from Twitter onto Facebook or onto Instagram, onto...
Yep, no, Councilmember Slifer, I definitely understand where you're going. And I think, it doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my open remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson. Councilmember Costello mentioned it in his remarks. We are learning. We are making adjustments to our entire communication division as we speak. And in effective October 30th, there will be many, many adjustments. We take this serious. We take informing the public serious. We don't just want to meet the regulatory requirements. We want to exceed them. We want to beat them. We want to be best in class. And in this event, as we mentioned, there was a lot of lessons that we learned and a lot of things that we will improve upon.
I mean, we had this conversation in this council chambers a month ago, most recently, about when it's week A versus week B of recycling pickup posted on all the platforms, not just one. If you wanted people to know about this emergency, in a public health emergency, your best friend is the media. Because what we saw was when the mayor took over communications, instantly there was information put out to the public, there was updates given to the public, and once the mayor took over, took it away from DPW and started putting out that information, what you found is that every single media outlet in this town took the information and immediately put it out because they understood the sense of urgency and how important it is to get the public that information. So you were saying that it was intentional about putting it on these two platforms. You discussed it at 10:30 the night before. So, and you had mentioned that some regulators, the state or something, approved that. Are you saying that it really was intentional to only put it on those platforms and not put it across the board into every communication stream that you guys have?
No, we wanted to get it out, and as you mentioned, you know, the mayor's office did an excellent job, and Monica Lewis, our new comms director in the mayor's office, did an excellent job. We reached out to Monica to help us. We needed help. This became a large event, not only within Baltimore City, but also through Baltimore County. And DPW needed help during this emergency. We received help through the housing department, through OEM, through the health department, through the mayor's office, and many, many other key partners to get us there. We needed help. And I want to thank Ms. Lewis for really helping us and helping to get that message out better. We did struggle the first 24 hours. And I said that earlier, and I will say that again. We struggled. We needed help. They helped us, and we're looking to, again, to get better, and we're making a lot of adjustments within our communication department to get better.
Okay, so before I move on to my second question, now that you've identified the fact that the communication was severely lacking, why are you waiting 45 days to make changes? You said in 45 days from now, essentially, you're going to be making changes in that communications department. Why haven't those changes already been made? Why aren't they being made by the end of the week? Why would you wait 45 days? I mean, in a system like we have here, DPW is the highest budgeted city agency. You guys get about $630+ million a year, which is more than every other city agency. You have a tremendous amount of responsibility for day-to-day functions that Baltimore City residents rely on. A crisis can happen, could be happening right now as we speak. Why would we be waiting 45 days and potential for multiple other issues to come up over the next 45 days without putting the proper people and protocols in place to make sure that you guys are communicating? This is literally the easiest thing in the world for DPW to do, to just put out the information.
No, communications in any emergency, and I've been a part of a lot, is something that is very critical. We're moving October 3rd, which is 3 weeks from now, in a new direction. We're looking to bring on some new talent in our comms department that we made an offer. We hope that offer extends and that person starts the 3rd. But we're basing it based upon some personnel changes that we're looking to do.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I mean, you could literally take a high school kid from any Baltimore City Public High School, could run the social media for you and put out the information that you approve. On to my next question. On your communication slide, it says that you sent out the first press release at about, I think it's 4:45 p.m. on Monday. Myself and my colleagues that I spoke to, we only have a press release at 11:08 p.m. on Monday. I looked through, I did not see, was there another press release that was sent out that that I did not receive? Was it sent to the council? Was it sent to the media? Who is that press advisory sent to on Monday?
I'm going to let, yep.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Monica Lewis, Senior Director of Communications for the Mayor's Office. A press release did go out to our media distribution list at approximately 5 o'clock on Monday, September the 5th. And then that was followed up, as you, I believe we mentioned earlier, with a press conference that was called to media later that evening at the Emergency Command Center.
Gotcha. So the press release in the afternoon, that was from DPW or from the mayor's office?
It was written in conjunction between both the Mayor's Office and DPW, and we pushed it out, the Mayor's Office.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, if you could just forward that one to me.
Absolutely.
The council were on the general list, so when you guys put out any information, it comes to us, but maybe we're not on that advisory, so if you can just add us to that list. Thank you. Mr. Council President? Okay, first, I'll turn over to Council Vice President Middleton for a couple questions, and then we'll just go down the line and allow people to ask their questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Mitchell and your team for the work that you continue to do. But just, I guess my first question, just to continue this communication dialogue. As we all know, emergencies like this, it's not just DPW, it's not just the health department, it's not just emergency management. Every single worker in the entire city, there should be some line of communication for emergencies like this. Even though this particular one affected our colleague in the 9th District, 11th District, I think the 7th District was affected, and also some of the 10th. When that happens, we're all affected in some kind of way. And there needs to be something put in place where all of us are notified, something as important as this. And in my opinion, that notification should come from the Mayor's Office of Communication when you're notifying everyone. Some of us also sit on commissions, and I happen to be the representative for the Commission of Aging. There were clear problems with our older adult population, and especially disseminating water, just a number of things. Lack of communication. We started getting calls because of that main issue. Some of our colleagues stepped right in and helped out with, trying to help that. We have senior centers in our areas that evidently were neglected. There were definitely some serious problems. I don't know if because this happened during a holiday weekend, I don't know if that caused some of the problems, but there clearly needs to be an established method of, in this case, where DPW ensures that the public receives important information. And somehow that has been a failure. And I blame just about every single agency, because to me, it shows that there's no real communications between the agencies. And that has to happen, not just on a big issue as this, but smaller, any emergency. The communication is important. And, and not just with the agencies. We have nonprofits that work with us on a daily basis, that work in this city on a daily basis. We have, people that all of us can call to try to help and assist with this. And I'm not putting the blame directly on you. I think the city failed. I think the entire city failed with this. So yes, this is a lesson learned, and I need you to respond some more on what method did you, because I still seem to be lost that to me, it seems like the Mayor's Office of Communication did not, they missed a step in some of these other agencies. So if that could be cleared up, if you don't answer that, someone needs to answer that.
I can answer that if you want.
I'd like an agency to answer it.
Go ahead.
An agency or the Mayor's Office?
The Mayor's Office, anyone.
Okay, thank you.
Besides DPW, because I'm seeing a misstep between those two agencies.
Well, let me say, I appreciate your remarks, Madam Vice President. And I, in the presentation and slide deck that Director presented, I think what we certainly are acknowledging is the need for a better handoff. So DPW, as articulated by the director, certainly did their best to make sure that the testing requirements, that once the initial positive test result came in on Saturday, that they follow protocol over the weekend to make sure that the other testing that needed to happen and coordination that needed to happen with MDE happened. Where we needed to hand off communication so that it was wider to you and your colleagues, to our residents, there are absolutely opportunities there for us to do better in terms of that coordination. And that is, again, not just DPW, but across our across our city, where agencies are dealing with and are considered incident commanders when that handoff occurs, so that our Office of Emergency Management, our Mayor's Office of Communications, and others can support agencies. It is absolutely correct that we need to make sure that we shore up our protocols.
And my second question, which I guess is connected to this, as a older adult, and the oldest adult, I'll say, on the council, and the representative for the Commission of Aging, no one from that commission, we don't have a Department of Aging, and that commission is kind of all that we really have with the help of the health department. So we failed our older adult population. Every person that we saw in the media was an older adult that was affected and not getting the information, not going to the senior centers, so to me, this clearly also shows the need for that agency. Someone can comment or we can move on.
Okay. I guess they're not on Twitter. All right, we're going to go down the line here. Start with the bill sponsor, your two questions, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, on the timeline on Sunday, September 4th, there was a second positive sample at 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m. Staff alerts MDE through emergency hotline. That emergency hotline, is that a phone? Is it an online form? Is it an email?
It's a phone number.
Okay.
And also emails were also sent in addition to phone calls.
And that, I assume that line is monitored 24/7?
I believe it is.
Okay. And we are absolutely 100.0% certain that that hotline number was utilized, correct?
The hotline number was utilized.
You can confirm that? Because
Yes.
if you tell me it, I believe it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the second positive sample occurred at 9 a.m. My understanding is that the MDE regulations, as well as the Safe Drinking Water Act, require public notification of a BWA within 24 hours of that second positive test. Is that correct? The BWA was not issued until the following day at 4:37 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you were 7.5 hours late on issuing a BWA. It took 31.5 hours to issue the BWA. Let me go back and run through the timeline. The second positive test occurred at 9 a.m. on Sunday. Per MDE regulations and the Safe Drinking Water Act, you would be required to issue a BWA within 24 hours. However, the BWA was not issued until 4:37 p.m. on Sunday. Therefore, it took 31.5 hours to issue the BWA. Is that correct?
So within 24 hours, the requirement is that there is notification to the regulators, which did happen. Once the notification was made, then there was the exercise of determining the boundary of the boil water advisory. So that exercise involved the constant engagement with MDE on whether the box that we had initially delineated was sufficient or if we needed to expand it beyond that box.
My understanding is that and you're the expert in this, so please correct me if I have this wrong. My understanding is that the Safe Drinking Water Act requires public notification within 24 hours of the second positive test. Is that correct or no?
That is correct. Let me just come to maybe the next line of questioning. Debbie Pitts is the chief of our lab operations division. She can elaborate as needed.
Thank you.
But you are correct.
Hello. Question is,
I'm just trying to understand. The Safe Drinking Water Act requires public notification within 24 hours, as well as the issuance of a BWA.
Darnelling, General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer, DPW. Yes, the state's regulations as well as the Clean Water Act does require, as soon as practicable or within 24 hours of public notification. And so what the Director Mitchell and also Ms. Pitts will highlight to you is that the notification started on Sunday through specific targeted approaches because of the constant information we were gathering to make sure that this is correct. However, we'll have Ms. Pitts to further clarify that, our response to you as well.
yes, so it does say 24 hours. We notified MDE within that 24 hours, and as it has been stated, then there was some confirmation with MDE about what that notice would look like, because they are required to approve what is released. We are not just releasing it based on the knowledge that we have. We share that information with them, and they are in agreement about what that boil water advisory should look like.
So what you're saying is that
Just to clarify the law, there's two notifications. One, you have 24 hours or practicable to the regulator, and then upon confirmation, you then have 24 hours for notification as soon as practicable to the public. And so there's two windows of communication. So your question is responding to the public, and what I addressed to you is that on Sunday, they started the targeted approach to certain communities that were affected as they are gathering more information and collaborating with the regulators after we notified them to ensure that we're following the protocol as outlined, if that makes sense.
Right, but there was no communication to the public on Sunday about this. The only communication that the department made was to the councilman from the district.
If you recall Director Mitchell's comments in the timeline, if you recall on Sunday, he indicated that the DPW started communicating target communications to certain communities on Sunday.
I don't see anything in this timeline on slides 5, 6, and 7 that reflects what you just said.
We contacted MDE, reached out to them, and that was on that Sunday.
MDE is not citizens of Baltimore. I don't see anything in this timeline which reflects what you all have just explained to me.
So we were following regulatory requirements as far as the laboratory is concerned. So we are under the revised total coliform rule that gives us direction about how any instances or any positive microbiological samples are collected, about how we are to manage that. And that's what we did.
If you look at this slide on Sunday, September 4th, it says at 6 p.m., staff begins direct phone calls to facilities where samples were collected, alerting them of the positive results.
So you communicated with a firehouse and a police station. Where was the communication to residents in the impacted area? That's what I'm trying to understand.
So I want to make sure we're asking the right question. So you mentioned earlier in your statement about regulatory requirements. All right, so so that we stay in that lane, our regulatory requirement says once we have that second notice, we have 24 hours to notice our state partners. And then upon that, you have another 24 hours before you issue notification, and that notification with our state partners has to be worked on collaboratively, right? So within the state regulations, we met that based upon the timeline that you see here. Now, based upon the timeline that you see around the tweet and next door notification at 7:43, again, we were within, and I continue to say within regulatory requirements for notification, but we could have done better. And I think that's what we were saying, lessons learned, that we could have got better and even did more outreach. Again, that was a lesson learned from us on how we can improve. But if we're relating it to the regulatory requirements, we were well within those requirements.
I won't belabor the point any further, but if DPW's position is that the tweets and the post on Nextdoor at 7:46 a.m. on Monday, September 5th, were sufficient to meet the spirit of public notification per the Safe Drinking Water Act and MDE rules and regulations, that is severely disappointing because you utilized about 2 of the dozen communication tools in the toolbox to do that. That's the first piece in response to that. Second, as I understand it, and I will go back and scour through the Safe Drinking Water Act, you were in violation of the DPW was in violation of the requirements to provide notification. And I also understand, and I hope this is the case because I'll be asking for this in an information follow-up later in the hearing, who it was from MDE who you contacted and got approval from for the distribution of the boil water advisory notice, because I don't believe that to be accurate. So I look forward to further discussing that, including a trail of communication with specific individuals from DPD to specific individuals at MDE, outlining communication around this is the WBA or the BWA, here's what we're thinking of doing, are you okay with it, and getting confirmation back from MDE, and also discussing the water contamination plan that is required by MDE regulations, as well as the Safe Drinking Water Act. My second question, Mr. Chair, please.
No, I just want to say, per our understanding of those regulations, we believe that we were within, but we definitely will review. The second thing, we don't believe that Nextdoor and Twitter was our big goal, and I think was one, especially what we thought in that particular neighborhood was the most effective is boots on the ground. At 8 a.m., we had boots on the ground, knocking on doors, right, getting water.
On Sunday or Monday?
On Monday morning, first thing Monday morning. The most effective thing that we thought in that communication was door knocking, because we would get directly to our residents and be able to hand them something, answer questions, provide water. And so we were knocking on doors all morning and into the afternoon and late into that evening.
I agree with you and commend you for that effort. To close the loop on this, nonetheless, I do believe, as I understand it, that you're in violation of MDE regulations as well as the Safe Drinking Water Act. My second question...
Councilman, if I can just clarify.
Please.
So the purpose of the Clean Water Act and these notification requirements is to collaborate with your regulator to ensure that you're effectively communicating these boil water advisories and these issues with water that may occur. And so in that Sunday, like I indicated earlier, we started reaching out targeted approaches. As Director Mitchell highlighted today at 10 p.m., the health department reached out to Future Care Sandtown Nursing Home about the water concern. And then, so as Director Mitchell highlighted in his presentation, we started doing the first public messages, as you highlighted, at 7:43 a.m. And then at at 8 a.m., the liaison started doing door-to-door knocking. And again, as you highlighted today, and what many of the agencies was communicating to you, is that we were corralling together to ensure that we're addressing the communication strategy appropriately according to the spirit of the law in collaboration with our regulator. This was a a collaborative effort by many agencies in our state partner to get this done and to get it right. But we do appreciate your concern about it could have been a little cleaner, better. But I do want to highlight that we were doing targeted approaches to ensure that we're reaching the most vulnerable during this period of time of data gathering.
Thank you for that clarification, sir. Mr. Chair, my second question, at what point was OEM and Chief Wallace's team brought into this? I don't know that that's clear from the timeline that was provided.
Thank you, Councilman. At approximately 11:30 on Sunday, I was notified via phone.
AM?
AM, yes, sir. I was notified by phone by DPW that a positive test had occurred at Station of Engine 8, located at 1503 West Lafayette Avenue.
Director, is there a reason why the director of OEM was not notified until nearly 24 hours after the first positive test on Saturday?
Well, I called Chief Wallace myself, and this was after the confirmation of the positive. So whenever we have the first positive, which was on the Saturday, there's a requirement to confirm or validate that result. So at that point, without a validation, I did not feel that it was necessary at that very instant to contact OEM. But as soon as we got the validation is when Chief Wallace was notified.
The administration and the department may consider revising their protocols so that when there is an initial positive test, OEM is brought in immediately, because OEM has the capacity to effectively manage an emergency to ensure human life is preserved, and they have the capacity to do large-scale distribution operations, similar to the water distribution operation that occurred. DPW does not. That's what OEM specializes in, and I would strongly urge this administration and this department to consider revising protocols so that in future contamination events, that is the first call that is made to the OEM director moving forward.
We would definitely strongly consider that. Thank you.
I appreciate your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just going to go out of order slightly for the councilman of the district, Councilman Bullock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you being sensitive. I will tell you that I have to leave briefly and come back. I have to pick up my sons from school, and I will note that their school was in the boil water advisory area. We live in the impact area, and obviously I represent that area. My question, I think our colleagues covered it pretty well in terms of communication, but my question is more of a science-based question. You've talked in previous statements, you mentioned that the cause was not necessarily the water treatment facilities. I'm curious as to how you've been able to confirm that at the same time not being able to identify the source. So if you could address that part.
No, thank you. We assess our water processing facility every hour, right? We look at test results that are leaving our 3 water treatment facilities at all times, now and in the past, have always operated within guidelines, and the water quality that was leaving those facilities were of excellent quality. And so what we begin to do, and with our 90 locations that we do every week, our 360 locations every month, we look at and we proactively test, right, to see how is our water, doing within our distribution center. How is it maintaining its quality? And so we began to just look at what are some of the circumstances that's happening within that distribution center, so that we can begin to understand, what potentially could be the causation of said event.
And a follow-up to that, so the initial communication that we received mentioned that there may be some work that was done in the area that may have compromised the system. Do we know about what happened? I mean, was it a water main break? I mean, that may be a possibility. I know you can't rule that out necessarily, but do you have any thoughts about some of the recent work in the area that may have contributed, possibly?
So we're looking at multiple things, and we don't have the root cause analysis completed or the answer for that totally right now. But there's a few things that we're looking at. There were 2 water main breaks in that area that could have been contributed. We had an 84-inch main that was shut off because of emergency valve replacement. So we're looking at that. We had a sinkhole at the foot of the Ashburn Dam where we had to turn off our water line there, and we're looking at that. As you know, we had the sinkhole, the storm sinkhole on North Ave, and we had to turn off our water main there. So there, and as you know, there's a lot of construction on every block in that community. And so we're looking at all the construction activity and all the things that were going on to figure out, what could have reduced the chlorination levels. So we're still studying that now, sir.
Okay, I thank you. And the last piece of that, you'd mentioned earlier that the monthly test results will be available on the website. What exactly will that entail? What level of detail are we talking about in terms of those test results?
Oh, we're going to confirm, let folks know how all 300 plus samples did. Were they positive or were they negative? And so we're going to post a summary of that online starting probably next month.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would also say, Councilmember Bullock, we tested the impact area yesterday as well, just to reconfirm that area is doing positive. And we received those results this morning in all 19 locations that we identified on that map tested negative. So we did another third sample of that area just to ensure that we're protecting the health and well-being of the folks in that area.
Well, I will say that's encouraging, and I think the one thing that I think all of us have really shared is that, the water system, I think it's confusing for a lot of folks because folks will ask, well, how can you have it only be isolated to one area? And again, thinking about the entirety of the city. So having those test results and having that transparency is really important. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you guys for walking through all this in so much delicate detail. I think it helps me wrap my head around where we can change and improve for next time. I've got a couple of questions, and hopefully you can help me out here. My first is actually to follow up from Councilman Bullock with regard to the actual source. Have we identified the source? Have we got any close to figuring out what was the initial cause of the E. coli in the water?
No, I think those are things that we just identify is where we're working through. What we want to do in this instance is rule out things. So you rule out your well water in your reservoirs. You rule out your water treatment plants. Now you're looking into your distribution center. And then what's happening in that localized community. And all the things that we mentioned earlier is happening there. And so that's why we're drilling in into that area. And we did some other testing in that area, and we're making sure that those come back negative, just to continue to identify root cause. So our engineering team and our team is looking at that now.
Okay, and how close have we gotten? Have we narrowed it down to a location where it may have happened? Do we know a particular pipe, perhaps, that it could be associated with?
I don't think we're there, and quite frankly, we may not have one singular source, right? But we may say, just based upon the science, this series of events may have caused it, and that's what we're looking at now.
Mm-hmm. And we do have, I'm supposing we have very intricate maps of our underground infrastructure for water.
Yes.
So we should be able to identify that. Thank you. My other question is to follow up from Councilman Costello's question with regard to OEM and the EOC, and I'm really curious, what is the threshold for which one to reach out to OEM, and then after that, what is the threshold for OEM to activate the Emergency Operations Center? So I guess the first question would then go to DPW. When do we decide this is an emergency?
For us, when we received the second result and we knew this was a level 1 emergency, our process is to call OEM as quick as possible.
So my guess is once we've met the sort of legal threshold through MDE, I suppose?
No. When we received the second negative, as Bureau Chief Cabedi mentioned, we immediately called OEM to let them know of the circumstances that were at hand and began to coordinate a larger emergency response.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. With regard to activation, there's likely multiple criteria. I think in this situation, what we were faced with was a need for a very broad area coordination geographically, as well as multiple city agencies that were going to be involved. Behind consultation that occurred in that 2 to 3 o'clock hour between DPW and MDE, it was also clear to me that there was going to be state involvement in this as well, sir.
Because I'm looking at the timeline for us, and I don't know if there is time to mobilize, but nonetheless, you said you received a phone call from DPW about the incident at approximately 11:30, and as I understand, we announced the Emergency Operations Center would open at level 1 at 4:24, so we had some time between then. And I'm sure you had to figure out by a list of criteria whether or not this met the threshold.
Correct, but my first phone call from DPW indicated a positive at that one location, at the station of Engine 8. So my immediate response to that was to elevate that through the fire department. Within minutes, the operations chief was notified, and they were taking measures at that firehouse.
Got it. The other question is and sorry to go back to this, with regards to communications, did we at all explore at any point in this process using text messages to reach out to folks?
I'm not aware of using text messages, no.
I asked because I know this was an issue that came up in a previous hearing about the CSX coal silo explosion. That was one of the major resources that we had to notify residents of some danger in the city, and I'm curious why we didn't explore that as an option here.
So are you referring to Be More Alert?
Sure.
Yeah. So that is a tool. That is a tool in our toolbox. I think, as it was said earlier, our primary approach needs, in a case like this, needs to be through the media, obviously, because they can really amplify a message quick. However, Be More Alert is a tool that can be used. In this particular case, we need a message. Okay, so we really need to hone in on what it is we want to say, and then further do the best that we can to target that receiving audience. And we were not at that point. I don't believe that we were at that point on Sunday yet. At least through, I'm going to say at least through mid-morning on Monday up through midday. I don't think we were there yet.
And my last question with regard to outreach, did we at all keep track of the canvassing, how many doors we knocked, how many people we actually spoke to get a sense for how quickly that method allowed us to actually get in touch with folks?
No, and that was another one of our lessons learned. They just began knocking on doors, and again, another lesson learned where we should, gather that information and put it, in our database so that we can collect that.
And I'll ask one more question, I'm sorry, and this is also about communication regarding the map. Councilman Costello alluded to the sort of low-quality map that we had. Is that the best that we can do? Have we explored any other options? I would imagine we have some more specificity, but why were our maps so blurry? And is there anything that we can do to address that for the future?
Councilman, thank you. The initial map was admittedly not the best quality, but as soon as we got that feedback, we made it interactive, and I think that interactive map was, gave people the information that they needed. But going forward, again, we can put that down as another lesson that we've learned that will apply.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for those 2 questions. Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I have a lot of questions, but I'll just start with this one. Montebello 1 and 2 are in my district. Very, very important part of our system. You mentioned that you test 90 sites in the distribution system every week, so 360 per month in the distribution site. I would actually like a map of the distribution sites where Montebello feeds into, because I'd like to see how that pattern works on our side of the zones. And I don't know who's taking requests for the committee, Mr. Chair, but that would be a request.
Repeat that request?
Yes, I would like a Montebello 1 and 2 water treatment plants are in my district, and I'd like a map of the sites that are tested in the distribution part of the system in the Montebello area, in the whole system that Montebello feeds.
Okay.
Not just in my district, but the whole.
Yeah, so hold on one second.
Yeah.
We'll do that, Director, for all the sites. If you can provide the council.
Yeah, I think a map for all of us
the
would be good.
locations, so we can see citywide what that looks like, including even the sites that are in the county that you test. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know, Montebello feeds into certain parts of the area, and Ashburton feeds into something else, so that would be awesome to look at. I already know a lot about the pipes underneath because of 35th and Hillen, but it's always good to learn more. But related to that, how often are our treatment plants tested?
I'll let Debbie answer that, but we do testing every hour.
Every hour.
Every hour. But Debbie can give us more information.
So thank you for the question, Councilwoman Ramos. We test for bacteria daily. We test for fluoride twice a day. Chlorine is every 2 hours. pH is every hour. And turbidity, we test every 15 minutes.
Bacteria is how often?
Bacteria is daily.
Daily. And related to the tests, is there a better way to do this rather than just waiting for 24 hours? Because that 24 hours is really critical. Obviously, if we get a positive test, then have to wait another 24 hours for that other test, that's a lot of people drinking the water. Is there another way to do this so that we're not waiting that amount of time?
Anybody else can weigh in, but I can tell you the limitation is the science in that it does take 24 hours for the bacteria to grow.
To actually,
right.
There's no way to I'm
can't.
not a scientist, so as you can tell, but I just wanted to be clear of what that looks like.
Yes, that is correct. It takes 24 hours of incubation. So the sample is collected, then it's taken back to the laboratory, and it's incubated for 24 hours before we can read it.
Right, so you ended up finding the positive test result, which was 24 hours after the test was done, and then had a second one to verify, which is scientific, that's what you do. But don't you think that after that first one, we should have started making some waves? I know you didn't want to cause panic at that time, but given the fact that it was another 24 hours that we were going to have to wait?
It could have been a false positive, so it is important that we confirm any positives that we get.
How often does that happen?
Doesn't happen very often, but we do have to do it. That is part of the process, the procedure. Requires us to confirm it and also do an up and downstream sampling of that any positive samples that we get.
Right, because you want to see if there's anything else along the
right.
waterway, right?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then my second sort of set is around the cause again. I know you're investigating it, but so E. coli happen, and maybe this is for Dr. D, is the E. coli happens when the water is not moving? Is that correct? How does it, how could this possibly, not necessarily if there was construction or whatever, are we looking for standing water? Are we looking for, what is that?
So we have not confirmed the cause of the situation.
Right, I understand.
Right, so.
But I'm trying to get what's the scenario where it actually happens? Is it standing
So we
water?
have, there's total coliform and E. coli. E. coli is usually an indicator of human waste or plant breakdown and degradation. So that's where it could come from?
Okay.
Okay.
So we're not looking at just sort of the standing water issue, because I've heard a lot of theories, so that's why I'm trying to dig a little deeper. Again, not a scientist. So there could have been, if there was waste in our water system, that could be where that is, and that is, no?
No. So that's, you know, we have two separate systems.
Yes.
A wastewater system and a drinking water system, and they do not tie together. If we have a positive sample, it's usually an indication of some kind, maybe some kind of growth, but it could be because of plant degradation, or not necessarily that there's waste in.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
If I could just add a little bit. So you did mention stagnant water. So from these sample locations, sometimes if the internal plumbing isn't exercised adequately, when we take those samples, we do try to flush, but then from time to time, you might have those situations where the internal plumbing may have bacterial growth, whereas outside the system is perfectly fine. There's adequate chlorine in the system, so on and so forth. So that is, looking out for stagnant water, internal and external, is critical. And then, as was mentioned already, if there are water main breaks from time to time, especially if they're large water main breaks and there's a negative pressure, that might introduce contaminants from the surrounding soil.
Sure.
But those are very rare occurrences.
Right, so the reason I was going with the standing water issue was if we had, my colleagues will find this interesting, if we had a lot of vacant properties in the area and the water has not been turned off, or it has been turned off, and the water is just sitting there between the house and the main, does that
But you're
cause-
not
no.
going to have a positive E. coli sample from that stagnant water. Something would need to be introduced into that system.
Gotcha, okay. That is helpful. Just one comment on the communications, because I think my colleagues covered it. I just, you know, it seems to me, and Director, you and I had a long conversation about this. I'm not going to talk about the recycling issue, but the communications on the recycling was terrible. You know, the A and B days, and in my district, when the line across North Avenue said, you know, your A day is one side, B day is the other, and then I get an email from Ms. Collins the night before my folks are supposed to, in my black neighborhoods, Coldstream, Homestead, Montebello, and Darley Park, where they were supposed to get their recycling the next day, I get an email from Ms. Collins saying, oh no, there were some exceptions to the rule, so your section of my black neighborhoods is gonna have to be picked up next week. And I said, well, wait a second. It said above North Avenue is one way, below North Avenue is the other. There shouldn't be anything above North Avenue that's different from anywhere else. And so then we had until about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock that night with a lot of phone calls trying to figure out what was going on. I appreciate that DPW went ahead and collected the recycling and redid the graphic, but the graphic was either wrong at that time or there was a miscommunication somehow that, oops, Southern Quadrant actually goes above North Avenue. I mean, we should have known at that point that there were some problems with communications at DPW and made some changes immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Mitchell, and all the folks from the administration that are here. I want to return to a point that one of my colleagues made earlier around our failure to support older adults. Specifically, we know that most older adults aren't on Twitter. So the idea that the single communication for an extended period of time was a tweet, perhaps 3 tweets, to me falls dramatically short. Councilman Conway asked about the text message system. I'm also curious about the alert system. I know that when a child goes missing in Maryland, I get an Amber Alert. This, to me, seems like it could have been a serious threat to human health. And so why not if not the text message system, why not an alert? So that everyone, whether they're, my young people have cell phones, most older adults at this point have cell phones, some form of communication that crosses past just Twitter, I think would have been incredibly helpful. And so I'm wondering, again, why that specific piece didn't occur.
I'll let Chief Wallace speak to the call center, the call messaging portion of it, but I would say I agree with you, Council Member. I think that's one of the reasons why, as our Twitter next door went out at about 7:43 a.m. That Monday morning, by 8 a.m. we had boots on the ground, because we agree that we needed another form of communication than just social media. And what more better way to do it than having boots on the ground, knocking and letting people know about the boil water advisory. So we agree with that. I think, as the chair mentioned, we want to leverage all communications, and there was ways that we could have approved to many of your points. But I will defer to Chief regarding the messaging alert system.
And just briefly, and I appreciate the comment about boots on the ground, but we do not have enough capacity, realistically, to have boots on the ground in all of our senior centers, in that entire impacted area. And so, from what I heard, I believe you that we had folks out there knocking on some doors, but I don't think that was effective. Just from what I heard, it did not reach a mass of elders or just community members.
Yeah, and I just want to state too that our boots on the ground was in that smaller impact area, not that larger swap of map that you see there. It was in that smaller area, but I would defer.
Real quick, just on that point, how many folks went out? When we say boots on the ground, how many boots were there on the ground?
I can give you that number. I don't have that number with me, but I definitely can provide that. It was our liaisons that went out to that site.
Okay.
And thank you, Councilman. I'm actually going to defer here and ask Captain Broman to jump up and give you a little better understanding than what I can provide to that messaging capability.
Great.
Hi, Councilman. Scott Broman, Deputy Director of Emergency Management. We do have a lot of tools in our toolbox to message the public. One of them is Be More Alert. Be More Alert is specific to messaging landline. And we know that less than 20% of our residents are using landline now. Most are using cell phones. And we know that through 911. The other thing we can do is message through the wireless emergency alert system. Amber alerts, weather alerts, tornado warnings. But that messages out to a really large area. We would be messaging out to the counties around us, everybody in the city, and we could have done that. However, there's unintended consequences to that. When we do message, we need a specific message, we need a specific area, and we need a specific direction of what we want our residents and visitors to do. And if we don't do that, our 311 system and our 911 system, and Anne Arundel and Baltimore County and Hartford County, they'll all be overloaded with 1 million residents asking, what do I do? So at the point where we do send out a message, we want something on our website. We want our 311 operators trained and have the answers in front of them, the FAQs on what to say to our residents. But we have that tool. We've used it in the past. And I'm sure we'll be using it in the future on the next time.
No, so look, I definitely appreciate that, Mr. Broman. And the challenge, though, is that this did impact a wide swath of people, or people wanted to know about it. I represent Southeast Baltimore, 0% in the zone. I had hundreds of constituents texting me, tweeting me, emailing me, calling me, asking me what was going on and were they impacted. And that was the problem, is that folks in Anne Arundel, folks in Baltimore County, folks all over the place may have seen the tweets, may have seen the media was trying to follow the tweets and understand what was happening, but I think this really was a regional event, or it became one when we found out that there was potential contamination. And so to me, this would have been a great use of that tool, because whether you were directly in the zone that was impacted or whether you were outside of it, folks were extremely panicked by what was going on.
Yeah, I agree with you. You are correct. And this has been used in other instances across the country for a boil water alert. However, we only can message in short message. There's only a specific message we can get across to get people's attention, but we have to direct them to another source to get more information. Our partner, as we mentioned before, our largest partner is the media. They can reach everyone. But we have to point the resident, the receiver, to either a website or the media for follow-up.
Understood. I would just say that Twitter is only 240 characters, and I think when you say next door to most seniors, they are looking at their next door neighbor and wondering what's going on. I do not think most of our elders are taking advantage of those social media channels.
But, yeah.
My second question is back to you, Director, and it has to do with the distribution of water. And again, specific to our elders, I got a text, I believe it was on Monday, by a senior in West Baltimore who informed me that the large container of water had been dropped about 2.5 blocks from her senior center. I contacted you at the time. Obviously, that's not going to work for many older adults who have mobility challenges, who may be in a wheelchair, who may not be able to traverse 2 entire blocks to get there. So I know that ultimately we did start delivering water in the senior centers, but why wasn't that the first approach? Like within the, I guess, logistics, and maybe this is an OEM question, but why aren't we specifically thinking about populations that may have mobility challenges that are not going to be able to get 2.5 blocks outside of where they live to go get water, which is heavy, and then bring it back to where they live? Where's the, for a city that talks a lot about equity, where is the thought around that specific population that clearly has a different set of needs and that we should have done better by proactively, instead of me calling, a resident calling me and then me calling you and then us going in there? Why didn't we just start with our senior centers as well as a central location?
I think part of the, I guess, communication and part of our timelines, we did try to reach out to some of our older population and some folks that weren't able to be mobile. Again, as we tried to lift up our whole operations around water distribution, there was lessons learned, not just making sure that we get it out to the most vulnerable residents as soon as possible, but also making sure that we have enough water on hand so that we can get it out even faster. And those were some of the lessons we learned. I think in our opening slides we mentioned that really a more heightened focus from my lens for the older population and some of the folks in need, is something that we could have got better. I think to the individuals that you mentioned there, as you know, the mayor and I personally went out and delivered that water to those folks on that text, and we were deliberately trying to do our best at that time to make sure folks got it. And that night we were out at 9 o'clock delivering water, the mayor and I, to those residents. That's how critical and important it was. Could we have gotten better at that? Yes.
No, and again, I appreciate you personally going out. Obviously appreciate the mayor going out. I know he was boots on the ground, as you've said. But I think within our protocols, we should be doing that proactively. It shouldn't be the director of the agency and the mayor of the city needing to personally hand deliver water to older adults, right? Like, it should be somewhere within our protocols. And I was on the same meeting with Madam Vice President, where we were informed that the Commission on Aging was not communicated to, was not briefed. And again, I would just say that they are a key stakeholder and that there does seem to be a real gap in our infrastructure as it relates to older adults.
Thank you. Next up, Councilman Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, I want to follow up on what Councilman Costello was talking about, the process, how the breakdown of communication happened. And it's just a request, Mr. Chair, because the breakdown of communication and they really get down to the community, I want to request that you come back or send to the council what your new communication, how that's going to look like, to make sure that when it happens again, or hope it don't happen again, but the community will have some communication better than what it was at first, because it surely was a breakdown in communication. I ain't here to blame nobody, because ain't nobody gonna admit who was wrong, who was right. So my request is send back to the community what's your new process gonna be once you put it together and present it, so we'll know next time any communications you do, we wanna make sure that our communities be informed. My second question is, about 2 months ago, and I'm curious, there was some issues at Back River, and MDE came in the state, and at that time, the people that lived out that way was seeing what was there. My question is, the communication was back and forth with the community, said that didn't happen. So I'm curious what happened at Back River, and now this happened over in the 9th District. What did y'all do different? Because that communication was not good. This communication was not good. And are y'all gonna use, because you have every person in the city address for a water bill, whether you pay it, it's late. And I know one time you could use robocalls and people don't like that. Have y'all ever looked at when you have an emergency like that you do some kind of robocall so we won't come back here again and community people don't know nothing about what happened except when they watch it on the news?
No, thank you, Councilmember Stokes. I thank you for the comments on Back River. I think, as you know, Back River has been in compliance with its effluent permits for the last 4 months. Patapsco is in full compliance with this permit for the past few weeks. It's been the first time those treatment plants has been in full compliance for many years, even before I stepped here into this role last summer. We have looked at ways that we can better communicate. So if you notice, when you pay your water bill online, there's 4 critical things that it asks you that it didn't ask you about 12 weeks ago. And it asks, number 1, your name. Number 2, it asks you, are you a property owner or are you a renter? Number 3, it asks you for your contact information, your email and your phone number. And last, it asks you, do you want to receive correspondence from DPW? The reason why that was kind of the takeoff of our communication plan was to begin to gather information from our ratepayers so that we can get information and so that we can contact them better. And so that was the beginning of the engine that's turning to improve our communications. So far, we have collected, I think, over 30,000 folks that have wanted to sign up for our newsletter. That information in those newsletters and different things will start going off. But in addition to that, to your point, Councilmember Stokes, this potentially will give us a way that per their address and within our billing system that we can send messaging out should we need to per alerts. And that's not just only emails, but if we have their cell phones, potentially text messages. So yes, we have taken extreme strides, and I'm certain for all you all that paid your water bill, you have noticed that slight nuance. And the reason why we did that is because of our focus effort on improving our communication. In the past, we did have everyone's address, but we didn't quite have their contact information. I think we only had a small percentage. Now we have 30,000 people signed up for the newsletter, but I think we have over 80,000 of our customers' emails and phone numbers. And so we're going to be working, and that was step 1 in improving comms.
Well, real quick, I think that's a good piece of communication, but I think the robocall is another piece that you need to use, because everybody don't read their water bill. Absolutely. Everybody don't read no newsletter. They put in the trash. Yep. And when you're talking about E. coli kind of happening, that immediately needs a robocall. Newsletter not going to tell you that. my last request is, a lot of my residents in the communities are concerned about this, what's happening, E. coli. So what I want to do is, and I sent you an email, Director Mitchell.
Yep.
I want every one of my community associations, communities, water tested, because they are not feeling comfortable with that. And it's in the email. Every one of them, I'm getting phone calls. You can do your citywide, but I want water testing for every community association in my district, and then I want the testing sent back to me. I can share that with my community, and I did send you that email with those listed community associations. Thank you. Mr. Chair, do we get 4 questions too?
As long as you phrase it in 2 questions. Councilman Torrance.
So I'm gonna share a different sentiment, right? Because I'm a council person from West Baltimore, one of the 5 districts that were impacted. Let me put it this way, 5 districts were impacted. I love my council person who shares most of Sandtown Winchester with me, but my residents were also directly impacted. They saw people's doors being knocked by DPW, but they're across the street, right? And I say that and I share that because my staff, and right, I'm here today on bereavement leave, right? Because that's how important it is to me because of my residents. My staff spent most of the time coordinating with mutual aid to get water to community members. So my suggestions to the administration moving forward is that we need ethics exceptions for when these emergencies happen. Because that was one of the first things I thought about when my staff were asking people for mutual aid. My next suggestion is, again, when we are impacted across council districts, because the streets don't matter. I need you to make sure you connect with every council person. I believe this impacted not only Councilman Bullock, Councilman Torrance, Felicia Porter, this impacted Chris Burnett, this impacted Eric Costello. That coordination should have went past one council district. The communication, I get it, I see your timeline, but the one thing that's missing right now, and this is my first question, when was OEM activated? Because if we knew about something on Friday, my understanding OEM is activated on Monday.
Correct. We activated OEM, and I'm trying to make sure I get that exact timeline. The full activation of OEM happened at 4:24 p.m. on Monday, and that was less than 1 hour, about an hour after we had a conversation with our regulators about extending the map area. Once we knew that this thing has grown, and we immediately activated the EOC.
Question, when did MDE, and this is as a follow-up, provide you the pot building advisory area? Because as soon as we got that, we should have had OEM activated. So I have serious questions in terms of it, and from hearing that timeline and just hearing that now, I think that we as a council should start putting in a beyond just the clean water, the acts that we have in the state, an actual process for emergency management through council regulations. Because at this point, it seems like there was a disconnect, right? Because OEM should not have been activated on Monday. And that's just me as a person who's worked in the mayor's office, as a person who's worked in DPW. It should have been activated Saturday. I'm just being fair and I'm just being clear, because there should have been coordination in preparation of if there was a mass incident that we needed to get done. And then as my follow-up question, I think this is to your testing, what was the strand of E. coli that we actually found in our water system? That's the one thing that has not been put out there and answered. So we understand what our residents were facing. Were they facing E. coli that could have caused adverse health reactions for temporarily or permanently? So I just need to make sure we have that answer for the public.
So we do not test for the strand. So once we know that we have a positive, we take all actions regardless of what the strand is. So that is not a primary request that's required by our regulations by the state. It is important that we take action.
I would like to know the strand, and I would like the public to know the strand. So that is a council request from myself and more than likely from everyone from West Baltimore.
So we don't have that information. That's not something that we collect. That's a different part of a different analysis and would take even longer to do. So, you know, that we want to take immediate action as quickly as we can. And right now, we're incubating for 24 hours before we can confirm our results. What you're talking about would take longer than that before we could confirm that. And so our laboratories do not do that.
Hold on 1 second. So for what the councilman is asking for, you still have the samples that you took that had tested positive, correct?
No, we do not.
Where are they?
We took the samples, we analyzed the samples, we collect 100 mils of samples, we use 100 mils of samples to run the analysis.
So,
And
so you
then
don't have,
they are
so
discarded.
you have no way at all to tell, I don't know if it's strand or species, but do you have no ability to be able to find out what that is?
No.
Do you, so you don't even know like how much bacteria per milliliter is involved?
We only need one present. The method that we use, one positive, will give you a positive sample. So it's not a percentage, it is if you have one organism present. That's how specific this analysis is.
So, additional suggestion. After we have these events, we test positive, I think that we should pay using the taxpayers' funds to find out their specific strands so that we can properly advise our residents on how to adhere and be able to take care of themselves, in spite of the fact that we can tell people that you may have to go see your doctor if you have these symptoms, but how do you know if you have something that's long-term? Because one of the things that's not lost upon me, while we did go door to door in the impacted area, Sandtown Winchester is a digital desert where there is not that much internet service. Yeah. And we put it on Twitter. And in addition to that, it is an aging population in Sandtown Winchester that we have to worry about. So we should have known explicitly, because of the young families and the elders, what to advise them, because I shouldn't have to tell persons in impacted areas, you may bathe in it, but you cannot ingest it, right? Just to be cautious. So I think that we really need to have that conversation in unpacking things and missteps that happen and things that we can correct to build public trust.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to yield back, and then I'll wait for my next series.
Well, Director, can you answer that? I mean, are you guys willing to when you do get a confirmed sample, to also test what the species of the E. coli is?
We'll definitely go back with our team and talk about it and provide you with a response.
Okay, thank you. All right. Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would be both for Director Mitchell and Chief Wallace. So one of the things that stood out to me that has already, we've already, I think, covered a lot of ground on the communications, but the one thing that was pretty confusing to me is why wasn't the Joint Information Center stood up in this emergency? That was an area that I thought did pretty well at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically considering there were multiple agencies that needed to be communicating a number of different types of messages. And so today we've learned that, the fire department, police department were impacted. We've learned that senior buildings, which are under HABC's control or Department of Housing's control, were impacted. We know that the Department of Health may have needed to get messaging out. Obviously, DPW was front and center, and that's just sort of where we are right now. That I can just think of back of napkin the number of agencies where messaging may be tailored. Some had we pulled in the Office of Aging, not the Department of Aging, early on, perhaps they have a phone tree to call the seniors, right? We know that they're not on Nextdoor, and we know that they're likely not on Twitter. Most people aren't on Twitter. And so I think that Joint Information Center is an opportunity for us to, one, share messaging across multiple agencies, but including the council. When we had the COVID-19 pandemic, I was the council's representative, and I took it upon myself to make sure that every single council member was getting up-to-date information, following every single call, that we were pushing out information on all of our platforms, because I learned randomly from Twitter. I just happened to be scrolling and said, oh, wow, there's an E. coli outbreak in Baltimore City, wow, and called the director to figure out not only what was going on, what was the scale of what was going on, and more importantly, what should I be telling my constituents? After that call, it was, I want to say about 4 hours went by before I got any messaging. In the interim, I actually called a former staffer of mine who used to work in OEM so that I could get some messaging from her, like, hey, what should I be saying? She doesn't even work for the city of Baltimore anymore, because I didn't know where else to go to be able to say anything to my staff, to be able to say anything to my constituents. And so I just think there was such a lost opportunity to pull in a not only just DPW's communication apparatus, but multiple agencies, because at the end of the day, the question I asked Director Mitchell when we spoke was, how is it possible that this can only be confined to a specific area? Like, I'm not an engineer. I don't understand how this could be a thing. And so I know if I don't understand it, and likely my colleagues probably, I don't want to speak for anybody, probably didn't get it either, the larger public isn't. So, putting out a map that says, well, this area is an advisory, this area isn't really hitting the mark. But pulling in multiple agencies to tailor that message to specific audiences, I think is the step that we should be taking moving forward.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Would like to have maybe DPW answer the question of boundaries and how we are able to establish some sense of intelligence around where a positive occurs and who would be impacted. Then we'll have the communications office respond to the question of the JIC.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Burnett. I'll give a high level, and then Mr. Brian Ball, who is the chief of the Office of Asset Management, will elaborate. But essentially, we look at we have 5 pressure zones in the system, and the boundaries are established based on the pressure zones and the division valves that exist within those pressure zones.
Right. So essentially, based on the elevations in the city, we need to provide a certain pressure, about 60 psi. So based on the elevation of the city, we have different pressure zones, which is why zone 2 is very irregular, because that's where the elevation goes, and zone 1 and zone 3 and so forth. Excuse me. So based on the pressure zone and the fact that the water getting to 3rd zone does not come from this area of 2nd zone, it only comes directly from the treatment plant, so we knew that water was good. The water in 1st zone comes directly from Montebello treatment plant and Druid Lake, so we knew that water was good. So we were able to narrow it down to the western part of 3rd zone based on where the water comes from and the way our hydraulic model shows how it goes. Also based on the presence of negative tests throughout the rest of the area.
And there was, the question was about the JIC as well. But thank you, I appreciate that though. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilman. There was, as has been mentioned earlier, and on a few occasions, a number of opportunities where we realized we could have coordinated differently to have stronger internal communications to then have more external communications efficiently. There were a number of times beginning Monday when we were all on calls, and the impacted agencies or involved agencies were all on calls or in meetings beginning Monday afternoon through the end of the incident, particularly DPW, Health, OEM, and the Mayor's Office of Communications being in regular communications to determine how to best support DPW's communications, and then at one point having the Mayor's Office of Communications lead the outreach to media in particular.
So I got it. I don't think that really gets to why the JIC wasn't stood up. And I guess to the councilman's point about perhaps us having to legislate this kind of thing may be an appropriate step, because at the end of the day, again, when we were messaging for COVID, you could go on the Department of Transportation's page and see COVID messaging. You could go on the Health Department's page and see COVID messaging. DPW was sharing it. So there was a concerted effort, and I get it. You're obviously going to be a postmortem. You're going to look at all this stuff and figure it out. How do we move forward? But I just think that there was the JIC in itself should be a standard protocol for a public health crisis, at least from my perspective. Maybe there's reasons to not do it, but I didn't really hear that in the response.
Sure. Understood, and I agree with you. Again, looking back at the situation, we are implementing some protocols in place that in the event that an incident does occur, that the Mayor's Office of Communications is to be communicated with via phone call within 1 hour of the incident being determined an emergency or urgent matter. And from that point on, then there will be a evolving situation where the Mayor's Office of Communications will then call for the Joint Information Center to be established, but also to have regular standing outreach between the impacted agencies, as well as having agencies throughout the city be supportive where need be. I will say that in this particular case, there were number of times where agencies that, or representatives from agencies that were not initially involved or impacted by this incident stepped in to support with the development of information and messaging to go out to the public to let them know what was happening.
I got it. Okay.
Thank you.
My next question, because I only had one, Mr. Chair. They responded to an element of the first question, which I appreciated. The second question, can you explain, and this may be for Joseph or Director Mitchell, so there appears to have been a delay in the treatment of the situation. So obviously there were the initial test on Friday, there was a confirmation test the next day, and it sounds like additional upstream, downstream testing, and then several hours went by before the flushing occurred of the system and additional steps were taken. So can you explain why there was such a gap between, at minimum, the second test, second confirmed test, before measures were taken to treat the water system to prevent additional potential consumption of E. coli laced water by residents and city employees?
No, thank you for that. I think when we look at our positive tests that came in, confirmed tests that came in on Sunday morning and afternoon, our crews immediately began opening up hydrants and flushing, as well as when that second test came, we contacted the parties in the locations immediately that was impacted to let them know to cut off their water, and we began flushing lines immediately. So within minutes and hours, we were very responsive in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll stand down for my next round.
Mr. Chair, can I just follow up on something that he asked for a request is to get that map?
Yeah, hold on one second. Just anybody who's online that wants to testify, please use the raise hand function. Anybody whose hand is raised, I know we have 3 hearings today, so if your hand is raised, we will assume that you want to testify on this hearing, and we will come to you in between questions if we see hands raised. What's your request, Councilwoman Ramos?
Based on what Councilman Burnett had asked about the zones, can we get a map of what those zones are? And it looks like, our system 100 years ago was developed using gravity. And so sometimes there's areas where we have to pump. So, any of those kinds of details would be super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilor President Middleton.
And then another request that came from the council president. I know we talked about 311. Is there a way we can get the status of, whether they've been, requests that have come in for issues with water, have numbers come in? Have they been closed out? Can you give us what they came in from, what communities, vulnerable communities? Can you give us details like that? And if they are seniors? It'd probably be hard to do the seniors.
Yes,
you can probably share what communities, vulnerable communities they have come from. But we definitely like to know the status and if they have been closed. We want to make sure that anyone that put in a 311 call about water or any water-related issue.
Yeah. We'll definitely follow up and provide that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just checking. Richard, do you see anybody with their hand raised? Okay. Director, somebody in your team indicated that there's a possibility that these positive tests are a result of work that you guys were performing to the water system under Water Contract 1274. Do you believe it is possible that this contamination is as a result of work that you guys are performing?
The short answer is no, but we're still investigating.
So you ruled out that you guys can't be responsible for this, but there's somebody else who's responsible for it?
I mean, for us at that project, the answer is we don't believe this had anything to do with E. coli in this impact area. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, if you
correctly?
can just clarify for me. So we obviously need to get to the bottom of what caused this, right? Because we had the positive tests. Now you're saying we don't have positive tests. Can somebody here explain how that happens, why that is? Did flushing the system, was that a Band-Aid? Is it possible that in 2 weeks from now they're going to have positive tests again? I feel like without getting to the root cause, we don't know if this issue is resolved, and possibly you guys just put a Band-Aid on it. Yes, sir?
Yes. So as Director Mitchell mentioned earlier, this particular route from Friday the 2nd of September was tested all over again yesterday. Every single sample location, all 19 locations, and they all have come back negative, which is good. To your question about that construction project, again, initially as everything was happening in the early days, we had to look at every potential contributing factor. And so it might have been discussed initially as a potential contributing factor, but we do not believe that it is a factor in the contamination within that zone. As far as the mitigation measures that we take, flushing our system is a standard practice, particularly where you have areas that are where there are dead ends and there's opportunity for water to be stagnant or age, if you will. So we routinely flush from our hydrants as a matter of course. So that is what keeps the system fresh and continues to make sure that there is adequate chlorine residual.
And what level of chlorine and other chemicals do you guys mix in?
If you're talking about the actual value, when it leaves the plant, we try to be at about 1 milligram per liter, maybe 1.1 milligram per liter. Within the distribution system, once it's in the system, anything above 0.1 is considered adequate.
Have you guys increased any of that consistency between when you found the positive tests and now?
Increased.
Is there additional chlorine in the system today?
We haven't. We've ensured that there's better blending to make sure that there is adequate chlorine residual, but we haven't necessarily upped the dosage at the plants because it's a balancing act. Too much chlorine contributes to what we call disinfection byproducts, which are carcinogenic. So we have to be within a sweet zone, if you will.
So have you guys done anything different since then than you did prior to then at these locations?
Again, the flushing, the continual flushing.
I'm strictly talking about chemicals.
No.
The chlorine. So what?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Explain the blending a little bit then. So what do you mean by improving the blending?
Again, the flushing, what the flushing achieves for us is it releases the aged water and introduces fresh water, new water, if you will. And so that is something that we do on account of noticing a dip in the chlorine residual anywhere in the system, irrespective of the situation that happened last week. So anytime we do notice a dip in the chlorine residual, we will routinely flush and introduce and blend to make sure that there's sufficient chlorine capacity.
So at what point do we get to the bottom of the source so that we know that it's actually corrected versus the the very strong possibility that there's still an underlying issue that we're just not aware of.
So as Director Mitchell mentioned, the conclusion of our investigation may not yield one pinpointed source, if you will. It might be a combination of sources, and we may have to qualify it by saying that we have a high degree of confidence, as opposed to saying definitively this is the source or these are the sources. So we are continuing to investigate. We feel that there might be some good candidates for how this happened in this particular area. But again,
None of which involve DPW's work.
You mean the construction work?
Yeah.
It does not look like the construction project is a culprit.
Okay, and how long do you anticipate this investigation taking?
I would have to confer with the technical team, the engineering team.
Are we looking at a week, a month, 6 months? What's typical?
I wouldn't say months. I would say weeks, maybe a couple of weeks.
Okay. All right, thank you. I see one hand from the public raised. John Manfred. Richard, if you can unmute him. Right there. I scroll back up. Towards the top. There you go. Okay, John, you got to unmute yourself. We sent you a request to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Cool, thank you. I'm here testifying today as a resident of Remington who decided to test my own tap water for E. coli, given the lack of clarity in communications from city and state agencies. I'm here as a friend of someone who lives in the zone that was eventually under boil water advisory. Both she and her dog got sick for 2 days with diarrhea and other symptoms of E. coli poisoning. I'm also here as a community member who joined a coalition of organizations to do mutual aid and get water to the doors of seniors and disabled people, people who don't have cars, people who live in public housing. It was a coalition that included, but was not limited to, Organizing Black, Campaign Zero, Team Keith, Free Keith Davis Jr., Black Alliance for Peace, Jews United for Justice, and We Keep Us Safe Collective. Speaking for myself, this work was something that DPW was unprepared to do alone. I can't count the number of times an elder asked me, "Are y'all with the city?" No, ma'am. I do not hold the administration responsible for the water contamination itself. We've obviously been under federal consent decree for a long time to fix our water and wastewater. I do hold both city and state leaders responsible for failing to communicate the contamination risk so that residents could keep themselves, their loved ones, and their communities safe from E. coli poisoning. And I hold the city responsible for failing to be prepared and activate a robust emergency response. The mayor says DPW was initially blocked by Governor Hogan from communicating. Baltimore needs the mayor to do it anyway while the governor is off somewhere running a doomed campaign for president. Much has been discussed already about the accessibility of the boil water advisory map. For accessibility, we need comms to include neighborhood names and a portal where residents can search their address and learn whether they are under advisory. With deep appreciation for the workers who pick up our trash and recycling and help improve and repair our water system, this was failure at the top, from management to comms. Water is life, and the leadership failure must be remedied. I actually lived in Oakland for a time and just learned while Director Mitchell was in charge there. He certainly has his work cut out for him here, and the people of Baltimore need him to do better. And just one final note for Councilman Costello. The people who spent days supplementing city water distribution efforts know exactly who was out on the street doing work and who was out for a photo op. We also know who is serious when speaking about concern for the West Side and who is out on the council pushing for more and more police funding, despite repeated calls to shift funding to harm reduction. And we know exactly who is up and who is down after the primary in July. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I see another hand raised. Richard, can you mute the last one and unmute the next hand that's raised? It's right there at the top. Right there. That one. Yes, that one. Right there, you're on it. Right. Okay, you wanna give me the, it's the one that says 0. Would
Hi,
you like-
you guys.
Yes, if you can just state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
My name is Daniel. I am disabled and living in West Baltimore. I was left for dead by DPW in the city with no accessible way for me to get purified and specifically distilled water that I need for my medical devices delivered to my doorstep. I am at risk for kidney failure, and this is endangerment. As a result of DPW and Mayor Scott's negligence, I was endangered by Baltimore City and ingested E. coli positive water on Friday when DPW was already receiving positive test results until Monday when the mayor finally decided to let the city know. I tested my tap water and it is positive for bacteria, and there are low levels of chlorine as of yesterday, 9/14. My water is discolored and it has an odor, while me and my neighbors are also sick. I have reported it to 311 and hoping to get DPW out to my neighborhood. Me and a group of other disabled people have been single-handedly doing DPW's job of delivering water to over 150 people doorsteps who are disabled and still sick with E. coli for the last week. As of 9/15, our group currently has 40 to 50 outstanding requests for water deliveries still to make with no drivers available. I know there are other jurisdictions in Maryland that got water bottle deliveries to their doorstep while water was unsafe for drinking. I demand immediate follow-up from DPW, the mayor's office, and the city council, specifically Isaac, who has been very adamant today during this hearing, and I thank you for that. But specifically, demanding immediate follow-up for the harm that was caused to me and my disabled neighbors. I also demand that water delivery program resume effective immediately to distribute water to our neighbors by this weekend. I demand regular testing of the water and transparency from the city of test results and updates on finding a source of the E. coli outbreak. This is unacceptable, and you have endangered all disabled and high-risk people in Baltimore City. That is it. Goodbye.
All right, thank you so much for your testimony and for joining us today. And if you don't mind, just following up with an email so that we know what communities you're referencing and what the specific needs are, and we'll make sure that it gets to the right people. Thank you. Seeing no other public testimony hands, I'll keep going on the council. Anybody who does want to testify, if you're in the audience here, you're welcome to. You'd like to testify? You can come right up to the podium and just state your name for the record.
My name is Lynn Sherwood Harris. I'm president of Sandtown Winchester Improvement Association. I cover the 9th and the 7th district. I'm representing black women, majority black women in the district who have children and senior citizens. And what I did, I went down to the watering stations to make sure that people in my community received water. But I've got a lot of complaints. The complaints were we were not notified. The communication was poor, I heard that. And we also had people who were telling me that weeks prior to that they were having odors coming in the bathrooms and the toilets and so forth. So they sent me down here to also say that the first day, which I didn't know until someone called me late on in the evening, they went down to get water and all they gave out was jugs of water. You only had 1 gallon of water to get. So, but, like I said, the communication was poor. about the Amber Alerts, I talked to someone that night. Someone called me and said, how can we do better? Amber Alerts and everything. So, and also the people who get calls, seniors that get calls that let them know wellness checks, right? I mentioned that as well. Plus, you know, we need to have a coordination between our council people, more of a communication between our council people and the people that live in the residencies. And I delivered water. And I was in the 1500 block of Stricker Street. And later on, they brought water, and I was bringing water to different senior citizens in that block. And no one mentioned anything about any outreach until, you know, I mentioned it, and water people did come. I got to compliment the police department, the fire department, and the DPW workers that got it right afterwards and gave out more water than like they supposed to, as they did in the surrounding counties, that they weren't giving water, and they was complaining about that. So I was there every single day calling up seniors, calling up people in the community to let them know when the water was available. But when the DPW, police department, fire department got it right, they were doing it right as far as the distribution of the water. But it should have been a better timing mechanism in place. And you guys, the government, need to get together and it seems like there's a divide. You got DPW over here, the fire department over here. You got to be like a council, like the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and get together and do right by people in the Sandtown, Winchester community. And ladies in the Sandtown, Winchester community, I'm here to represent you like you wanted me to and tell what the situation was in our community. And I thank you all for listening.
All right, thank you so much for your work. Is there anybody else here who'd like to testify? If you can state your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chairman, and members of the council. I'm Leo Burris, Jr. I'm a member of the board of directors of the Linden Park Tenants Association in Bolton Hill, and my councilman is here, Eric Costello of the 11th City Council District. My question is the water safe? I've been here since 1 o'clock. I've listened intently to the back and forth, and it has relevance, but aside from it, E. coli, is the water safe? That's my, and I'm assuming that if we, of the Linden Park Tenants Association, if we were to call, I'm in a senior citizen building, if we were to call you in, you can take tests of our water to ensure that we can continue to drink the water. I don't think E. coli is the only problem with regard to water. Let me also say, I think that I'm glad DPW is here. Let me read you, and I'll make it brief, the passage of an article, February 28, 2020, from the Baltimore Brew, Mr. Mark Reuter. He says, Baltimore, this article is entitled, Baltimore is not collecting millions of dollars from commercial water users. What am I saying? I'm saying that much of the problem is rooted in infrastructure. We know that. Pipes are what, 100 years old, 120 years old, and we're struggling to straighten out the mess or the reality that you've got to change things. But this article says that a Johns Hopkins Medical Campus building and Kevin Plank's Hotel and Distillery are among the properties with delinquent water bills, uncollected revenues dwarfing those of Ritz-Carlton are found by the Baltimore Brew. And the article, of course, would label accountability. Underbilling does not imply that 30% of households live on an income of less than $25,000 a year. So without belaboring this, I'm concerned that the city has had a policy pattern and practice of not billing or not enforcing billing under the rich and the powerful. And that has a direct bearing on all of the things that we're talking about right now. Is the city solicitor, Mr. Slifer, is he unleashed to bring these people to court or to justice? My last statement, August the 11th, 2012, chemical giant W.R. Grace and Company owes almost $500,000. Well, it turns out that they had a $2 million bill in actuality, and an audit flagged 800 accounts or addresses for investigation under the administration of Mayor Stephanie Rawlins Blake. March 2nd, 2020, Bethlehem Steel Company still owes, we'll never recoup that, will we? They owe $7 million. Millions owed, considered unsecured debt, $7 million. August 24th, 2021, Ritz-Carlton Hotel owes $4 million in unpaid water under the administration of Mayor Jack Young. And concluding, the Greater Baltimore Committee and the Baltimore Development Corporation, which represent the Fortune 500 companies, the rich and the powerful, they never said a damn thing about it. Nobody's saying anything at all. I suggest, and I'm going to sit down now, that you mandate the enforcement of equity and fairness with regard to what happens to us in this city. That rich folk who systemically don't pay their fair share should either have their water cut off or be prosecuted. We shouldn't have to initiate a grand jury investigation, federal or state, to bring in compliance the rich and the powerful. And Mr. Mitchell, systemically, traditionally, even prior to your coming, there was either a conspiracy, there was something going on, but over time, over many years, we have been screwed. Homeowners lost their property. Poor black people and low-income people, including white people, lost their property because they were unpaid water bills. They took it. Now they're saying they're not doing that, but traditionally they've done that, and they've allowed the rich people to get away with murder, and we're damn tired of it. I expect you to act. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anybody else from the public that would like to testify, please step forward.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Thank you all, Councilman Slifer.
Please
Chair,
state your name for the record.
My name is Will Hanna, and I'm from Northwest Baltimore, particularly the Park Heights community, represented by Vice President Council Sharon Middleton. What I want to say is that I think that it would be an insult to the intelligence of the residents of this city to believe that we have eradicated something in the water in a week. So the other thing is, I don't know if the public understands how E. coli is eradicated in a water system, because you have to put chlorine in the water, am I correct? You have to put chlorine in the water, right? So in a sense, are the people of this city drinking pool water now in order to eradicate the water? So if you didn't clean out the entire system, take the water out and put new water in, basically you added chlorine to already bad water and expect us to think that it's okay in a week. This is what you're expecting the residents of this city to believe, and that's what happened, right? So what was also expected for the residents of this city to believe that this was self-contained in one small part. Now, I know if I get a hole in my roof, I know the water's not just gonna stay right there in that one hole in my roof. It's gonna run all the way down and run down the walls and run into the floor. Water is not self-contained. Now, I don't know how many people at DPW, or even if the director of DPW has an engineering degree, but that was my first job in the military. I worked in the Corps of Engineers. I was an engineer from Morgan State. I have never seen water sit in one spot unless it was something that could be held in. And then when you have standing water, it's different. But when you have water that's running through a pipe system, how do you know that it's not going to other parts of the city? That's why Baltimore County, Howard County, also had boil alerts on as well, because they know water doesn't just sit there. In the same way you said those pressure valves go all the way through and push water, where do you think it pushed it to? So I want us to be mindful that unless there was other people other than the people sitting in this room that tested this water, like someone from the federal government or someone from somewhere else that tested this water and said it was okay. This is why the residents are on edge to drink their water right now. These are the concerns that they have, and they're not asking those questions because they're not here because you had this hearing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I would think we would no longer want to insult the intelligence of the residents of this city in thinking that we eradicated something that countries in Africa haven't done in 20 years, and we did it in a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public that would like to testify? No? Next question, Councilman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get into my question, I want to take a moment to provide some clarification because there seems to be some widespread confusion that I'm hearing about what role I played in water delivery over this past week. So I want to ensure that there is no confusion regarding that matter moving forward. First, I individually secured 56 pallets of water for the city of Baltimore, which Chief Wallace can attest to. I made deliveries with my own hands of 10 pallets of water. That's 22,740 pounds of water to 5 senior buildings in my district with 1 staff member and 2 members of the Baltimore City Fire Department. Mr. Burrows can attest to that. His building, Linden Park Apartments, was the recipient of 2 of those 10 pallets of water. My hands touched every single pound of those 22,740 pounds of water. The following day, delivered multiple pallets of water, including to one that I secured for free from Saville Food Service, to the Druid Heights Community Development Corporation, was engaged in a water distribution event at Wiley Funeral Home for approximately an hour on Thursday, and on Friday spent 6 hours and 15 minutes straight carrying cases of water with the exception of a 10-minute break, which I was directed to take from Chief Wallace to eat 3 slices of pizza and a Pepsi because I didn't look too well, again, which Chief Wallace can attest to. So I just want to be clear as to what role I individually played because there seems to be some confusion about that. Hopefully that clears up any confusion that previously existed. First question, Dr. Jaraza, in your professional opinion, on Sunday after the second positive test for E. coli contamination, do you believe that there was a potential for human health to be immediately impacted?
Thank you for that question. I will certainly start off by saying I'm not an expert in water contamination. The risk is that if you are exposed to a pathogenic form of E. coli, certainly you could fall ill. For most people that are healthy, that's a mild diarrheal illness if they become ill in the first place. But certainly some groups are higher risk. Older adults and young children are at risk if exposed to a pathogenic strain of E. coli. I think it's been noted here that it is unclear what strain that was. So certainly if you're exposed, you could develop an illness, but I can't say for certain if somebody definitely would have developed an illness after that first exposure. Again, it might have been repeated exposures or exposures after the fact.
Thank you, Dr. Jaraza. Is there anyone from the administration that's here to testify today that can opine on that or wishes to add clarification of what Dr. Jaraza just testified to? So I'd like to, that being the case, I'd like to bring everyone's attention to, and I'm happy to share this electronically with those that are here, to the United States EPA website public notification rules as part of the Safe Drinking Water Act. Tier 1 advisory. The criteria is anytime a situation occurs where there is the potential for human health to be immediately impacted, water suppliers, that's state and local jurisdictions that provide water, water suppliers have 24 hours to notify people who may drink the water about this situation. So I just want to be clear on that. That is where the conclusion that I drew was rooted in regarding whether or not the Department of Public Works and the administration was in compliance with MDE rules and regulations, as well as the Safe Drinking Water Act. And administration's welcome to provide any response to that, or I can move on to the next question. Okay. The three incidents, my second question, the three incidents that I referenced in my opening remarks that occurred early on Tuesday and Wednesday of the contamination event. I'd like to step through each of the three of those and fully understand whether or not there are contingencies in our water contamination plan or any other emergency planning documents for when a situation happens like this to contact those folks. So the first one was the McCullough Homes low rises. I was told by Housing Authority that DPW had communicated that they were not in a boil water advisory. Do we know how this happened or what actions the administration can take to ensure that that type of oversight does not occur again?
Certainly, we can look into that.
Okay.
I'm not aware of the conversation that you had, so I definitely will look into that.
Okay. The administration may consider including language or steps, bullet points, whatever, in these plans moving forward that ensures that the Housing Authority of Baltimore City is immediately advised as to which of the properties they manage are included either in the immediate impact area or the BWA zone. They are the only entity that has the ability to immediately communicate with all of their residents. Any resident who has a cell phone has their cell phone on file, and HABC has an electronic text messaging system, whereas they can immediately reach out to all of their residents. So they can touch 660 folks a lot quicker than any of us can. The second issue is with the senior buildings. Members of I believe the Division of Aging had reached out to senior buildings that were not in the BWA zone. However, they had informed them that they were because of the low quality resolution of the map. Is there some type of protocol in place? Because the health department is very active in most of the senior buildings in the city. I know they are in the 14 senior buildings that are in the 11th district, which I represent. And I know they also have a very strong ability to communicate very quickly. They have contact information for ownership, for management of the building, for resident services coordinators, so on and so forth. So can you please describe to me, what protocols exist in place to ensure that health is getting the most timely and accurate information so that they can communicate with our senior buildings?
So I'll certainly speak broadly and indicate that health did have a representative in the Emergency Operations Center throughout this response. And so we take direction, like every other agency, as a support within that EOC and incident command structure. And so we follow that recommendation and we distribute messaging as we're directed. As you noted, we have lots of connections to our senior buildings. And so, again, receiving the messaging from the incident command and then, pushing it out through the channels that we have available.
Thank you. The administration may consider ensuring that that is very clearly documented at the beginning of any plan related to a potential future water contamination event. And finally, the misinformation, or rather lack of communication existed with respect to private management companies that manage Hope 6 communities as well as scattered site affordable housing. In the case of Towns at the Terraces, they were notified by their management company that they were in the BWA when in fact they were not. In the case of Heritage Crossing, they did not receive any communication from the management company when they should have, because they were in fact in the BWA zone. So the administration may consider including specifics in those protocols to ensure that not just Housing Authority of Baltimore City and not just Health Department with respect to the senior buildings, but that those private sector management companies that manage our affordable housing, whether it's Hope 6 communities or scattered site, some of our more vulnerable residents are able to be touched as quickly as humanly possible. And I welcome any follow-up on that comment, or whether it be now or in the future. Thank you. With that, turn it over to Councilman Conway.
Ramos.
Do we have a representative from MDE here? Can we have them at the next hearing?
From where?
MDE.
I mean, they don't answer to us, so. But
Well, I know, but they were nice enough to come to the coal explosion and also to some of the other hearings that we've asked them to, so it'd be great to have them as part of the discussion.
Sure. I mean, MD's been very responsive. I think if they've preferred to get any questions in writing, and then they've been responding to them. So we can certainly make the request, but if you have specific questions of them, we're happy to request that they answer them in writing.
Okay, I mean, they've been the past two, did they come to, yeah. So they've been coming to other hearings, so I would appreciate hearing from them as well, because this timeline of their approval of that first tweet, text, whatever, the tweet to, and the next door approval of that, as opposed to approval of formal communication seems to be a little off, so I want to question about that, and I'll be able to supply other questions as well.
Yeah, we have the response on that. I'll share it with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if we do have another hearing, though, it'd be great to ask them to come before us. Thank you. That's
Absolutely.
all.
Thank you. Councilman Bullock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also want to just echo what Councilman Ramos mentioned, because that was sort of my question, which was, and forgive me if this was addressed while I was briefly away, but are there certain things you were precluded from saying by MD? I think that's part of the clarity that I'm looking for in terms of what was communicated. 'Cause I know you mentioned protocols and when you could release information, but were there certain things that you could not say based upon MD regulations?
Thank you. I'll let our Bureau Head, Cabetta, mention that. I can say MDE was a great partner through this. They also provided us with 3 folks that was helping sampling, and they were in good communication with us. But I'll let Bureau Head Cabetta speak to that, because he had most direct conversation with MDE.
Thank you, Councilman Bullock. To echo Director Mitchell, the engagement and the communication with MDE was from the jump. After that second, once we made contact, and after the second positive, and the conversations that we had, I would say at least 2, maybe 3 conference calls with MDE staff, their engineering team, throughout Sunday, and a lot of that conversation was about the delineation of the area in question, and we took that conversation, took their directive at the end of the day, obviously, and expanded the zone for the boil water advisory. So I wouldn't say that there was anything that we were precluded from saying or communicating. It was just making sure that everybody was aligned in terms of, what area we wanted to communicate, or what area we wanted to delineate for the boil water advisory. I just want to also add, just to again reaffirm that the expansion of that area, all the sample sites outside of the box, all came back negative. So there was nothing that was causing us concern about those areas, with the exception of the possibility that, could we guarantee that the contamination did not travel further downstream?
No, thank you. That's helpful in terms of clarity. Thank you.
So back to the communications piece. You had said, Director, that the liaisons were out there knocking on doors. One thing that we saw widely reported in the media for the days that followed was that you had seniors who had said that they've been home the entire day and no one's come to their door. They haven't heard from anybody. How many doors did they knock? How many liaisons do you have? When was that completed?
So information I received now is we had 6 liaisons that was operating. They were able to contact around 1,200 folks, and that was starting.
Sorry, 6 liaisons that knocked on how many doors?
Was able to contact around 1,200 people, and they started Monday morning at around 8 a.m. And that was, if I believe correctly, that Monday was September 5th, and they worked into the evening. I can get.
So they did the 1,200 that day?
Pardon me?
The 1,200 was all Monday?
Yeah, in the immediate impacted area.
Okay. So when I looked at the immediate impact area between the 3 locations that are also on your map, it seems like that pretty much covers 1,200 doors would pretty much cover all the homes in between those 3 locations, the immediate impact area. So why is there so many seniors saying that nobody came to their door? Like who led that operation? Did they have like address lists? Did they go door to door? Like how'd they break that down?
I definitely can provide that response. I don't have all that information with me, but we can definitely follow up with that in writing.
Okay, and who was in charge of that canvas?
Me, as the incident commander, I would be in charge of all the operations related to the incident.
You were out there?
Oh no, I would get that. I'll get you that information. Who was out there? I know I got a text that it was 6 of our staff members, but I'll get you the information on who led that event.
I mean, that should be a pretty. I mean, was it? I assume it wasn't Yosef, right? Because you're dealing with the water stuff. So somebody had to have been leading the ground operations.
Yeah, I'll get you that as soon as possible.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of questions. So that person who was leading it is not here today?
I don't know the person. That's why I want to. I don't know who was leading it at that time. That's why I want to get you that information as soon as possible. So we'll follow up with that in writing. Who was leading that portion of the outreach?
Okay. I mean, that's you guys. So far during this hearing, I think we've gotten a lot more answers than we're used to at DPW hearings. I'm surprised on something so basic that leads to something so important. I mean, what you heard a lot from almost every single council member here today was how, our seniors did not get the proper communication. What we saw repeatedly on the news on every channel over that week was seniors saying, nobody knocked on my door. And so that's a very important piece of information. We know the initial broadcast via Twitter, and I appreciate that we're acknowledging that was not the best way to get the message out. But then the actual door knocking piece was the only real lifeline out there, and that seems to have not been done correctly either. And so I think it's important for this committee to be able to ask questions, to understand and hear from whoever it was. I mean, we've heard from Yosef at length, and I appreciate all the insight you gave today on the actual water system, but somebody here on your team behind you should be answering questions about what that operation looked like so that we can be able to properly respond. So if one door was missed, that's okay. That could happen for whatever reason, but it's important for us to understand this. All of us up here know how to knock doors and know how to keep that operation, pretty carefully and systematically. And so that seemed to have not happened correctly, which I think, to Council Vice President Middleton's point, we'll see a lot of that in the 311 request, because had 1,200 doors actually been knocked that first day, whatever concerns people had, they would have been able to talk to the liaisons and have gotten that. And that seems 200 doors in a public health emergency like this, 200 doors per liaison seems like a lot of doors, especially with the amount of communication that you would need at each door. And we know a lot of people were home that day because it was a holiday. So something's not adding up on the ground operation. But I will see if anybody else has any other questions. And then I'll get to my other ones. Go ahead, Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the question I had, and this is again in the conversations that have followed this incident, has there been additional dialogue in about just lifting up emergency preparedness for our residents? Just broadly speaking, one of the things that I've talked to a number of my constituents about who were scrambling to get to water sites or trying to figure out where they were, is that people should just have gallons of water per person, per household, per day. I mean, there's criteria that I know OEM can provide residents, because one of the things that we know is that emergencies are going to happen in the city of Baltimore, whether they're ones like these, ones that are weather related. Has there been dialogue or conversation about messaging out just general preparedness so that people aren't entirely reliant on either their ability to get to a water site or get to a Walmart to purchase water if they have the means to do so at all?
Really appreciate that question. We have absolutely talked about making sure that there are clear standards to the amount of water that we have in stockpile for incidents like this. To your larger question of resiliency and making sure that we are able to support vulnerable populations when we have an inclement weather event or any kind of emergency. And there is a subcabinet on resiliency and sustainability that is housed within the planning department, but that I chair directly. We work with a number of agencies to make sure that that heat, inclement weather, and a number of other ultimately emergency type activities, as well as sustainability, are dealt with on that subcabinet. So yes, to your question, there are absolutely, in addition to and I would love to have Chief Wallace speak to this as well, to the more immediate concerns around how we are prepared and preparing. There are a number of partnerships with our surrounding jurisdictions on the state level that help make sure that we are shored up. And I'd love for Chief Wallace to speak to that, but I wanted to make sure I made the point about sort of more broadly the planning that we're doing to make sure that we're prepared.
And thank you, sir, and thank you, Councilman. You know, as I think everybody knows, we've got one of the stronger outreach programs around. We have a very robust program, but we're limited. We're limited to a staff of about 12 people right now. So we're at as many community events as we can be at, certainly when we're invited. It's their intent to try to table at everything. You'll see them out there next weekend. There's a lot of messages that they can carry. There's a lot of messages that they do carry. Naturally, this is going to be one. Preparedness with regard to water, you know, a gallon per person per day for 3 days. You normally see that at the beginning of storm season, hurricane awareness and things like that. So to your point, absolutely, we can and we will reinforce those messages at all the events we appear at.
Thank you. The second question I had, and it's one that I've received recently, and I do believe Mr. Barrows lifted up as well. Are residents able to request water testing at their homes? Is that a service that the agency is able to provide at request of residents in the city of Baltimore?
Yes.
And what's the process for those that are watching?
You would just call through 301 services, and they'll be able to put a service request in.
Okay. And the turnaround time? Sorry.
Pardon me?
And the turnaround time for that?
Once we make contact with the consumer, get information about what the issue is.
Do you mind using the mic so we can, for the broadcast?
Once we make contact with the consumer, we'll get all the information that we need. We will send out a pollution control analyst to collect a sample, and we'd like to have them engaged in making contact to schedule at least within 2 days.
Okay. Thank you.
I would say too that depending on the resources and the amount of calls received, it could be quite a little bit longer, but we try to get out there as quick as possible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Torrance.
So my questions is more so productive and moving forward. So as we're revising your protocols, I think that we should have some type of mutual understanding between both the executive and legislative branch and cooperation in which we can provide public comment as well for those actual revisions to be transparent to the public. Namely because, and I say this because one of the hardest things being a new council person, a person who's lived in Baltimore their life, is overcoming the biggest thing in the room, and that's public trust. And I think that if we're instituting and telling people where we were before to where we're going to be, I think that is a clear communication, but also being transparent about why we're making revisions to those protocols. So I think there should be, and this is a request for right now, that we should have a report that details what happened, what failed, what things are we going to do differently, and then also I think that we should have some sort of, and I yield to the chair for this, a follow-up legislative oversight hearing about what the new protocols are, because this shouldn't happen again. And I say that because I don't want to, and I know a lot of us don't have experience in emergency management. I don't want us to get too deep in the weeds with it and try to control what that looks like, but I want to make sure that there's a clear communication of how we're going to change operationally from the executive branch, how this goes. And with that, I'm going to yield back because my additional questions have been asked by my fellow colleagues, but I will say that I may have additional requests that may be prudent for the rest of the council.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Bullock.
No further questions at this time, but again, I appreciate having the dialogue, and I'm looking forward to the future hearings because I know that some of our questions were answered, but I know some additional information will come out, so thank you for the time.
Thank you. Councilman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that we do not provide water delivery to Anne Arundel County, is that and haven't in a few years. Is that correct? Okay, so we do not provide water to them. Do we know when Anne Arundel County was contacted at first, when the initial BWA zone map went out that indicated that AA County was included in the zone? And then do we know when they were contacted after to let them know the communications error had been corrected? And you get Mike.
Unfortunately, I don't know when we contacted them exactly, but I do know we received an email from the Director of Public Works there indicating that they, confirming that they do not receive water. And that was, I believe that was on a Sunday night. It might have been Monday morning. We can get you all that information.
Got it. So I guess I'm confused as to, I could understand if they actually got water delivery from us, but they haven't received water delivery from us in 5 years. So I don't, how is it possible that they ended up on the map? I just want to dive into that a little further.
Again, we still have some infrastructure, shared infrastructure. We also purchase water from Anne Arundel County, sorry, my apologies. And so we, again, out of the abundance of caution, we did have them on the map. When we did hear from them on Monday, we made that quick revision. But again, we, as you can see, those timelines, we were operating in minutes, not hours. This is a lesson learned, but out of the abundance of caution, we were just trying to make sure that we protected everyone so that we didn't have any positives. And so, that was an oversight in the sense that, we know we had infrastructure in there. We just wanted to make sure that the valves was off and no one was utilizing that water even. And so as soon as we heard that from their public works director, we made that modification. And I think by 11 p.m., around that time, that evening, we reissued a press release with Anne Arundel County being off of that map.
Thank you for the explanation. I still remain deeply confused how that happened. You don't need to respond further, but none of that makes sense to me. When was Baltimore County notified? I believe there was a small portion of Baltimore County that was in the BWA zone, southwest/west of city boundaries. Is that correct?
Again, I would have to, unless any team member has that information, I would have to look at the records of when they were notified, but there was a section, like you said, just southwest of the city-county line that was included in the BWA.
Okay. And finally, when was Howard County notified? My understanding is that the Elk Ridge pumping station was immediately taken offline, which essentially would prevent any water flowing from our system into their system. Do we know when they were notified?
I made the call directly to their bureau chief. Again, I would have to look at my records to tell you exactly when, but once we made that call, they responded shortly after, letting us know that they had shut off that particular pump station. And there's a redundancy there, so they were not impacted at all.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a full timeline of communications in writing with our three sister jurisdictions, Anne Arundel, Baltimore, and Howard, and have that kind of synced up with the timeline that you've provided us in your presentation earlier, Director. So, Chief, if you could include, exact times of when those phone calls, emails happened, and that's communication both ways on milestones. Obviously, the key one with Howard is when they shut down Elk Ridge pumping station, and with Anne Arundel is when it got cleared up that they were not in the BWA zone. Second question, the Mount Vernon pumping station in Baltimore City, where exactly is that located?
Actually, the Vernon pumping station, it's immediately east of 83.
East of 83?
East of 83, I think that would be the Remington neighborhood.
Oh, it's in Remington?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And when was the Mount Vernon pumping station taken offline for repairs? Was that about August 25th or 6th?
Late August is when it was taken offline.
And do we know how long it was taken offline for?
It was taken off, we put it back online on September 5.
So
the question is why?
Oh, no, well, that's my second question. The first question was, how long was it offline?
I would say about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Week and a half.
10 days, plus or minus?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that the pump, I'm assuming that pumping station has a net impact on the water that was in the larger BWA zone in terms of pressurizing it, as was described before about how pumping stations work? Is that correct?
The way that the system is designed, Vernon pumping station can flow to zone 2 in that area in question.
Is it possible that that pumping station being taken offline contributed to the positive test result?
There is a possibility, and that's one of the possibilities that we are looking into.
Got it. And around that, I don't know who this question is for, but can rates of or volume of E. coli increase when water is not circulating through the system or is not at the appropriate pressure?
I think the better way to look at it is when there is minimal circulation or turnover, the chlorine can dissipate. And when chlorine dissipates, then you might have an increase in bacteria.
Okay, so lack of flow can create a scenario in which chlorine levels are reduced, which would permit, if it was present, trace amounts of E. coli from propagating and exceeding the levels that are acceptable.
At least coliform in general, or bacteria in general, but E. coli possibly, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director, can you just clarify a situation that was reported on the news about security that was hired to protect some of these pallets of water instead of distributing them to the community? I know there was a certain cutoff where you said the distribution centers would be opened until a certain point, and then there were gates locked by one of, I think it was like a rec center or a school possibly, and that it said that DPW had hired security to watch the pallets after that fact until the pallets could be picked up.
I can't speak to the exact incident, but what I can say is if there was a large quantity of palletized water left on site at the conclusion of the distribution time frame, that had to be secured. We could not pick it up, retruck it, and move it back to the staging area. That would have taken hours. So I believe that security was provided to the site just to watch the water overnight.
Right, so do we know how long the security was hired for to watch those pallets?
I do not.
I am not aware as well. We definitely can follow up.
Yeah, I'm going to include that on the list here. I think it's important for us to know how many pallets there were that they were protecting. Just from the pictures, you know, it seemed like there was not in such a substantial amount, but at the same time, you still had community members in West Baltimore asking for more water, and rightfully so, even though, of course, the distribution operations have to end at a certain point. There still remain that lingering distrust in whether or not the water was okay, and so therefore those folks still wanted to have bottled water, and the fact that we had it, instead of putting whatever it may be, let's say it was 8 pallets away, in reserves, in my basic calculations, it just didn't seem like a good financial decision to hire security to watch pallets of water for an extended period of time when there was still a pretty high demand for that water out there in the community, and pallets of water is something that we can pretty easily secure, if we need it, and if our reserves does not have enough currently, we can easily get pallets of water. So I will include that on the list over here. I appreciate that. Any other questions from any of my colleagues? Nope. Okay, thank you very much for coming in today. Thank you for your... Councilman Costello doesn't want any of you guys to leave, so we'll remain here for a couple more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise this will be quick. How many positive test results have we had, notwithstanding this contamination event? How many positive test results have we had over, say, the previous year, where we've had one positive and then we've come back and it was negative, so we determined it was a false positive?
So I don't have the exact number. I can tell you that this is the first time we've ever had a confirmed E. coli positive. Mm-hmm. We do have from time to time total coliform, which is acceptable, not the best, but acceptable within the regulation. The revised total coliform rule allows us 5% of the number of samples that we collect to be positive.
Ma'am, I think I understand, if I may rephrase my question,
yes,
because perhaps I wasn't being clear. Have we, or based on what you just said, have we ever had a positive test result for E. coli, which just one positive test result, and then we came back and did the false positive test, and the second one came back negative, therefore there was no need for public notification or coordination with MDE or a BWA zone?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay. Can you provide to the committee information on that question, specifically on an E. coli contamination, as far back as the department has it?
Right, because I've been with the city for 35 years. We have not had a confirmed positive E. coli.
We will provide that information.
Okay, but just to clarify, when you say we have not had positive E. coli, do you mean a test on a Saturday and then a confirmed subsequent test on a Sunday, or do you just mean one test?
I will forward you that information.
Okay.
Vernon.
But that makes sense what I'm asking, right?
Yes, that you're saying that it was not a false positive. Is that what you're saying? That somehow we tested, got a positive E. coli, and then resampled and it was
The
not?
next day it was negative. Yeah. I'm curious about that.
Okay.
Yep.
I
Thank
can
you
forward
so
that.
much. Last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When did we say the JIC was established for this emergency event?
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Councilman. There were meetings that started when the EOC opened up on Monday, and then there were further communications with those communications liaisons from the impacted agencies, as well as other agencies that wanted to support beginning Tuesday morning into the duration of the event or incident.
Got it. So the EOC was essentially, I'm not criticizing here, I just want to understand, the EOC, among other things, was utilized to serve as the forum for the JIC, correct?
It was used to serve as a forum for communications, planning, and implementation of whatever plans you wanted to have.
Got it.
For the course of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Director, we have 13 requests here from the committee. And I wanted to know if I were to send this to you now, how long would it take just to get back to us to let us know either A, to just answer all the requests, or to let us know how long it would take to get certain. I know certain requests might take a little bit more time. Is it reasonable to ask that by like close of business tomorrow that you reply to the email with either answers or at least how long it will take you to get the answers? And the reason I'm asking that is if we can get these questions answered, that can also just point us in the right direction on if we need to, keep coming back for multiple hearings. And so it's the wish of the committee and the council to just have our questions answered. So I'll send that to you if possible, if you can please reply by close of business tomorrow with how long it would take to get each question answered if you don't have easy answers to them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Could you CC Marcia Collins and Janelle Mummy on that?
I always do.
Okay.
Thank you. Any closing remarks? All right, well, thank you, everybody, for being with us this long. We will take a 10-minute recess before we resume the next hearings. Thank you. All right, good afternoon. This is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. In the interest of time, since the last hearing ran well over, the bill sponsor has some amendments that he would like to introduce. What we are going to do is we are going to vote on each amendment right after the bill sponsor explains that amendment. And then from there, we will go to public testimony and the city agencies that are here if they have anything to add. And we'll take it from there. So I'll turn it over to the bill sponsor, Councilman Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
There is a set of amendments from me that was shared with the committee. That is a set of, oh geez, sorry, I'm shuffling through different windows here. There is a set of 6 amendments from me and a separate document with 1 amendment from the council president. The first amendment in my package, number 1, is responsive to the trespass towing industry representatives' request that the board of licenses for towing services meet frequently and routinely. The city charter requires that any boards and commissions in the city meet at least once annually. This amendment for trespass towers at their request is that the board shall meet quarterly.
Okay.
And again, that is responsive to the request made by the trespass towers.
Gotcha. Okay. Any questions from members of the council to the bill sponsor? Okay. Do I have a motion to move amendment number 1 favorably?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ramos, seconded by Conway. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, that amendment carries. Amendment number 1. Go ahead on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment number 2 is responsive to a concern that Mr. Charlie Parrish raised to me, that the maximum towing fee that is iterated in the bill was generalized as a maximum towing fee, and does not take into account that there are vehicles of different sizes that require different towing capabilities, and those sizes are discerned by weight range, and that it is the standard practice that heavier vehicles be towed at a higher price. So Amendment 2 makes the distinction that what was originally drafted in the bill as a maximum towing fee is only for standard vehicles, which is a class that is 10,000 pounds or less, and then additionally adds in 2 higher maximum towing fees for higher weight classification vehicles. The specific numbers in those higher weight classification vehicles are based on a ratio of what the city charges for towing in general to what we are allowing for trespass towing at the basic level, and then similarly what the city charges for higher weight vehicles, or allows to be charged for higher weight vehicles versus a similar ratio for trespass towing.
So I have a question on that. So over here, you said how if it weighs more than 26,000 pounds, that it cannot exceed $845. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what happens in a circumstance where there is a very difficult, very heavy tow for $845? I mean, some of those heavy tows and complicated ones could take many, many hours. Who's going to tow it?
That is generally not the case with trespass towing. It is more common for very difficult tows to occur when you're talking about maybe vehicles that have rolled over in a ditch. But what we're talking about, generally speaking, with trespass towing is vehicles that are on 4 wheels that just need to be pulled by a heavier duty tow truck because they are a heavier duty vehicle. These numbers are actually more or less directly in line, if not generously so, with what trespass towers already charge for these weight categories.
I mean, look, I think too, when it comes to really heavy vehicles and just like complexities that things could happen, there could be a truck operating, servicing a specific shopping center, and it gets stuck there. Whatever it may be, I mean, to limit it to that amount, my concern is that a company is going to say, you know, that complicated tow is not worth us spending all that time and effort to make $845, and then what ends up happening is that vehicle ends up sitting abandoned and becomes part of that property.
As I said, these rates are directly in line with what the trespass towers are already charging for these exact same categories.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions on this one? Okay, do we have a motion on it?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ramos, seconded by Barnett. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. I'm opposed to this one. 2 opposed. So this is for the heavy ones. The amendment passes 2. 5 to 2. Okay. All right. Go ahead on amendment number 3, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment number 3, again, is responsive to two things. One, an honest oversight on my part in the original drafting of the bill, but also I am thankful for the trespass towers bringing this to my attention, that nobody thinks that we should have to come back to ordinances again and again or relitigate these maximum fees in general. And so in general, these maximum fees that are set here and allowed to be set by the Trespass Towing Board are to be indexed annually going forth in perpetuity. And that is what this amendment number 3 ensures, that these maximum charges are increased with the consumer price index.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this? No. Do we have a motion on amendment number 3?
Second.
Moved by Torrance, seconded by Ramos. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, the amendment number 3 carries. Go ahead on number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment number 4 is responsive to trespass tower and property management industry representatives' concerns about the vulnerability and potential for retaliatory action to be taken against trespass towers and the employees of property management businesses. The bill, as it is, trespass towers are already required to identify themselves for records on receipts and in records kept by the trespass towing businesses. But there is already a system in place that has been for some time to kind of anonymize those names and identifying bits of information. And while we took that into account in certain places, this is one place where we didn't take that into account. This is one of a number of amendments that try to extend that same anonymization to both towers and to property management and personnel.
Okay, any questions on that? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Burnett, seconded by Conway. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, the motion carries. Go ahead on the next one, on number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number 5 just further draws parity between the requirement to keep records both internally as a business and what goes on to the receipt that any person whose vehicle has been towed, the receipt that the vehicle owner gets when they get a receipt or any sort of documentation about having been towed. Including, as I was just talking about, the identifying information of the person who authorized the tow, which, as you see in this language here, says, or another identification sequence, which is the language that we put in specifically to ensure that we have a system of anonymization for those people. As well as the means by which the tow was authorized. And then because we are creating this system and opportunity for certain personnel's information to be anonymized publicly, in order to be able to effectively and expediently conduct investigations as necessary to respond to complaints to the Trespass Towing Board, there is a requirement here that upon request, the Department of Transportation would be given that identifying information for the purpose of doing an investigation.
Okay, so just to clarify, so the employee that has to call in the tow, they can be protected by it being some other internal number that the company knows, but that the person whose car was towed would not know. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions on this? All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure that that person, whether it's a receptionist or somebody who has to call in that tow, is not being put on the line. So if that's not the case, do we have a motion for this amendment?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Torrance, seconded by Burnett. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries. All right, number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number 6 is responsive to property management industry representatives' concerns over kind of ambiguous language over the circumstances under which a tower may perform patrol towing during late night hours. The bill allows that trespass towers may in fact continue the practice of patrol towing, but during those late night hours, but must still get authorization. They must seek that authorization to perform the tow. Whereas the language that it is striking here is ambiguous and says something along the lines of must exercise all good measures possible to try to seek out the owner of the vehicle before towing it. And there was a question of the legality of how that would be interpreted. And I think it was a good question from the property management industry representative in particular. And so this just clarifies that and makes a nice clean break and says, look, if you want to tow in the middle of the night, you're welcome to continue to conduct patrol towing the same as you always have, except you have to get that authorization before towing the individual vehicle.
Okay. Any questions? Nope. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Burnett, seconded by Torrance. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries. And I think we have one last amendment from the president. Are you introducing this?
I'm happy to speak to this amendment as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the president's amendment, because we're taking steps here in particular to give consumers protections in terms of how they can pay for their tow, how much they can be charged for a drop fee, and under what circumstance a drop fee can be charged at all. We're doing a number of kind of good governance consumer protections here, and one that the council president wanted was just simply say there's a circumstance where you come to your vehicle before it has been towed, and the tower has already done enough that they can rightfully charge you a drop fee. If you are not able to pay that drop fee right then and there, but you still talk to the tower about it, this requires that the tower give you documentation that that interaction took place. Even if they're still going to tow your car, even if you can't pay for it, this requires that they give you documentation that that interaction occurred.
Okay, any questions on this? Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Torrance, seconded by Burnett. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The motion carries. The amendments are adopted. Thank you very much, Councilman Dorsey. Okay. Is there, Councilman Dorsey, is there any other amendments?
This is all of the amendments.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to those of you who have joined us online for hearing Bill number 21-0125. We have one hearing after this as well, but if you are here for the trespass towing revisions and would like to testify, please raise your hand. If there's anybody in the audience here that would like to testify, please just walk up to the podium, state your name, and give us your testimony.
Hi, excuse me, someone wake up here. Hi, my name's Robert Carroll. I'm co-owner of Quick Response Towing in Baltimore City. I would like to, we did send you these, I don't know how long it's been, the comparisons just of what you pay when you redeem your car in the city, or do you want me to give you another one? I have a copy.
Yeah, you could, and you can just
For each
explain into the record.
Just so you have it on your mind. I don't know how fresh it is. I just wanted to give it to you real quick. So we don't have to, I don't have to talk. There's east and west, 1 and 2 for 700.
All right, thank you, and for all those watching on TV, if you can explain what you just handed us.
All right, what it is, it just breaks down the fees when you get towed to the Fallsway lot or Pulaski, Baltimore City lots, not private towing lots, and gives you the prices. Hold on a second. All right, there it is. Okay. Fee if you get towed from east of Charles Street, Baltimore City, tow fee $130. Initial storage fee $50. Admin fee $40. Ticket fee $52. The ticket gets the vehicle towed, so that's always going to be included in the fee. The total $272. Stadium event total is $322. It's $50 more. If you go west of Charles Street, it's just a $10 increase, so it will still be $320. It's $282 instead of $272. Stadium event $322. So that's if you get towed to a Baltimore City lot. So that's to redeem your car when you get it. Now, if you have any outstanding tickets, you'll have to pay those at the time of redemption as well to get your car. So that's just what that is, east and west. Then the other issue we have is the hours of operation. The city tow lot or Pulaski compared to public or private companies is we're open 8,760 hours annually, which is 5,380 and 6,654 more than Pulaski and Fallsway. And that equals about $75,000 a year at $14 an hour per dispatcher or office employee.
Can you say those hours again? How many hours are you guys open versus the city?
24/7. I believe it's 87,060 annually. And
how many hours is the city open a year?
The city is, I believe, where is it at? Well, they're 5,380 less at Fallsway and 6,654 at Pulaski, less hours. Also, so we're open 24/7. After certain hours during the day, Pulaski and Fallsway closed. Pulaski is closed on the weekend, I believe, or Fallsway, one of them open half a day for redemption. Sundays they're closed, all holidays they're closed. So you can't redeem your car on any holiday from the city. City does not offer a drop fee at all. If you come out and catch the person towing your car, what Mr. Dorsey was talking about, you could have whatever in the world in your hand, $500, and give it to the driver. The city tower does not collect money. They bill, the companies bill them. So the city, anybody towing for the city does not handle cash, charge, or any form of payment. So there is no drop fee offered by the city, period. That's one thing. So it goes directly to the yard, and you go to the yard behind them and pay for it. That's the other major issue. What else? And I I can get shortly into the fees that since Mr. Dorsey asked for these bills to go into place the last couple of years before the pandemic, during the pandemic now, all of our fees have increased probably up to at least 20%. Fuel, tires, parts, everything in the world has increased up to 20%. When we order a tow truck, it takes about 9 months to 12 months to get to when we order it for them to build it. That's after we give them a deposit. When it comes, sometimes parts aren't on it because they're not available currently. They have to wait a month or so to complete the truck when they get it to their dealership. That's another major issue. The COVID issue, I don't know where to start. Our dispatchers and drivers have to be approved by the city tow board to drive. Drug, alcohol, 10-year felony background checks, you name it, driving record, etc. If our driver gets COVID and says, or two of them get COVID tomorrow, we cannot call a friend, a cousin, a brother, anybody and say, hey, can you jump in the truck for a week? We have to get them to go get a background check, which takes up to 2 weeks to get, and the drug and the alcohol, etc., and then get them approved. So we cannot replace, by the time we replace a driver, the COVID sickness would be over. The original driver could come back to work. So you can't replace a driver, period, without being approved. So even if they're trained, etc. So that's another major issue that's been hurting us because every month somebody has COVID or their kid or wife or whatever. But that's the main things I wanted to bring up. Let me see. Besides, and lowering the price like Mr. Dorsey wants to do, lower the cap price. That the $250, I believe, he was bringing up, and before. Would notably, that's what the numbers that I put that are on that paper will show you, that the city currently gets around the same price or more than that currently without being open at all at night or holidays, etc. So our dispatchers, we can add $75,000 plus a year. That's at a low number. They make more than that. $75,000 a piece is what they get a year more than the city's paying. That's what we have to pay just for our dispatchers. And that's the main part I want to bring up.
Gotcha. So, sir, are you haven't stated, are you for or against this bill?
Terribly against it.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony.
And one other thing I just wanted to bring up on the patrol. The patrol, getting people to sign a ticket for patrol in a car at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon is just stopping you. All it's doing is stopping towing. That's like, hey, there's a car parked there. Let's wait for Jim to call. When Jim calls, that car is gone or is going to be gone by the time the driver drives 20 miles or 20 minutes away. So the driver pulls up, hey, where's the car? It's gone. Why? Because he has to wait for this maintenance person and then this maintenance person or property manager doesn't have time to do this task. They want it to be taken care of by us, just like when you get your grass cut or anything else. You don't call the landscaper and say, hey, the grass is long. He comes around every week and cuts the grass. And that's the same thing with towing. We come around and patrol, do our task. And if we tow, we tow. If we don't, we don't. But at least our presence lets everybody know that it's what they're doing is illegal and somebody is looking for it.
Right.
So.
Yeah, no, I think at the
That's
last...
about it.
Yeah, this was discussed at length at the last hearing.
Yes, I don't want to...
We were talking about fire lanes and, other handicap spots and things like that, it's very important that, a fire lane always be available. And, potentially if there's a fire during that period of time where that cars are sitting there, poses a big safety hazard. So thank you for bringing that up again. And for your testimony and for wading through that long previous hearing.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't want to. I know other people want to Zoom to speak. I just wanted to say the things that I had on my mind.
Well, thank you so much. Is there anybody else here that would like to testify? Okay, we're gonna go to the. Okay, go ahead.
Greenfield and Charles Parish. Going Mr. Greenfield. Okay, ask them to. It should be.
Mr. Greenfield, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't aware that you'd called my name. My apologies.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. Want to raise a few concerns that dovetail nicely on your last conversation with the gentleman before me. We have two specific amendments that we think are important. Limited to patrol towing on page 7, really lines 7 through 13. We think that there should be two things. One is this 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. Being the only time to surveil tow. We think that should be expanded to something to the effect of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. I know Prince George's County has a 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I would just say, further to the hearings you've already heard, you had before you. I mean, imagine a senior housing project. This bill applies to them as far as I can tell. Senior housing, and someone pulls into someone's spot. I think that that's problematic. So expanding those hours would be one recommendation. And then the second one is just what you said, Mr. Chairman. Similar to Montgomery and Prince George's County, we would urge that there be a full exception for cars blocking handicap spaces, access to property and buildings, fire lanes. As I said, other jurisdictions have these exceptions. So we would offer those two amendments. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Mr. Parrish. We sent you a request to unmute, so you have to unmute on your end. There you go, you're unmuted.
Good?
Yeah, we can hear you, if you can just speak up.
Oh, okay. First, I want to apologize for not being in person. I'm actually at a charity event today and found out about this last night. Speaking on behalf as an operations manager and resident agent for a minority-owned towing company licensed in Baltimore City, plus as the legislative chairman for the Towing Recovery Professionals of Maryland, which in my position with them over the last 30 years, worked with the state legislation on a state level as well as municipalities. My biggest problem with this bill, when we're talking about consumer protection items and public safety, but a consumer protection item of allowing credit cards, the association and myself, after doing, I have no issue with that. That is just goes in line with the other consumer protections such as pictures, requiring a contract to be signed, telling the property owner or the management company, identifying exactly what violations they want removed. And just so I can say, this was all done by the Baltimore City Tow Board. And how it was done is going all the way back to Mr. Rice and Mr. Burke Greenwood Sr. back in the 90s. We worked together. The tow board brought complaints every quarter. We heard them. Witnesses came. The driver involved came. Nobody ever has towing planned in their life. Nobody. You just don't. It's a complaint-driven industry no matter how you look at it. So when the consumer protection items kept coming up, towers actually supported that, as I support the consumer protection today. But this bill goes into public safety with disregard to the safety of the towers and, more importantly, property management or property owners. Why would we want to put them at risk when Maryland annotated law 21-1003, paragraph E, clearly states that if you park a vehicle on private property, you must have implied or written permission by the property owner or the lessor. The property owners have placed signs that are required at a minimum of 24 inches by 30 inches. Bold letters detailing what's in violation. So what we're going to do now is we're going to allow them to ignore the sign, because now there's going to be a law in Baltimore City that says, well, unless that property owner, oh yeah, by the way, Now that person who's being towed, to which, I'm sorry, in my 30 years, I've probably got about a handful of thank you for towing my car. It's just the business I'm in. I expect that. So now you're going to have that property owner, property management person identified because they're going to be there. Or they're going to know that they are the ones that had their car towed. So over my 30 years, I've seen a lot of, and I'm sure Mr. Greenfield has the evidence because I've worked with them as well, of the property managers that have been threatened, windows smashed out, tires sliced. We've always taken pride in the towers that follow the rules and do the right thing and have cooperated over the last 30 years with the tow board, to which I have broadcasted throughout the state, and I've made it clear before. Baltimore City Tow Board is above every other county in this state, and I say it proudly in every county I go to. They need to adopt what we have. The problem is over the last couple of years, whether it's pandemic or Councilman Curran leaving or just the change of people, our tow board hasn't been doing the effectiveness of controlling and enforcing the rules that are already in place. There are rules in place that help the consumers. There's lots of protections for people who are violating the rights of the property owner. This bill, I am against. The association and the Towing Recovery Professionals of Maryland unanimously are against this bill. It will put public safety for no one but the person who is violating the law. The property owner and the towers will be at a bigger risk than they already are. The pricing, we have an Attorney General's opinion of 88. We have one of this recent year that was requested. We have said all along that 350 should be the max. It meets the federal law standard of fair and reasonable in comparison to 24/7 operation, to a city operation that, oh, by the way, they don't allow drop fees. Doesn't matter if the woman's 90-some years old or the guy's in a wheelchair or if it's a young college student. You can't get a drop fee on a public safety tow. That car's got to go to the lot. They have to pay the full price. And also, by the way, they're not open after hours or on the weekends after hours. They're only open anywhere from 50 to 60 hours, depending on which yard you go to. State law allows 2 times. We don't agree with the 2 times, even though Anne Arundel County and Harford County both do it. Their fees are max of $350. We've never agreed with the 2 times based on the city's rates, and it's been a flat rate. We have agreed, and we have agreed since 2014. 2014, we agreed that $350 would be the max. It was only until 2 years ago when new people on the board permitted a higher charge, and then this came into play. Towers, as a majority, have never agreed with anything above $350. I would ask if this is to pass, which, as written, I hope it doesn't, that there be an open communication, again, as we have been asking for, not selecting what I say or parts of what I say, but let's have a total sit down like we used to and continue the conversation openly, fairly, and reasonable. We're in an unreasonable industry. I mean, Bobby had talked about COVID. We deal with it all the time. The owner of this business, my great friend at 49 years old, I'm sorry, he passed away from COVID. This business was his dream. He worked his butt off to get to it. For 20 years, he was in towing from PG County up until Baltimore. Then he got 2 old trucks, and he started this company. To have this bill passed, there is no public safety for the tower or the property owners or management. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up. No, there's a guy with his hand up in the middle. Norman. Hi, Norman, you're up next. Wrong one. The next one up. Hi, Norman, you have to hit unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate this time you're giving us to address some issues. I mean, I've been here for 3 years, or actually 3 hours waiting to talk to you guys. So I had some things in my head. Now I got like 1,000 other things that are kind of congested in here, and I'm trying to figure out what I need to address. I don't have a short time. I want to get to when we're talking about public safety and we're talking about, you know, people living in developments and developments being, in which you have to understand, in the city, a lot of the properties, people can only live at certain areas. They can only live at a certain spot. They can't have the luxury of saying, you know what, let's move out to here, let's move here. We had a shooting down here, we had this going on. I don't want to be around here anymore, up and move. They can't do it. When you put hours, this 2 to 7, I don't know who the hell is out at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's a senior citizen that I know in some of these developments. One being right where the mayor lives, Hamilton Springs. We monitor that. They don't want people in there after 11 o'clock and things. I mean, they have people parking there. I'll get a call. Get down here, chase them out. And that's one thing we do as well. Everybody thinks that all we do is tow. We don't just tow. We come through a parking lot, people get out of there. If I come through and they're sitting in the car, they don't belong there, I tell them they need to move out. And the reason being is because they're making somebody uncomfortable. I got that phone call to go through there. Can you please come down here? We got somebody here. I'm trying, my daughter's coming home. Those are things that we address as well. When you talk about public safety, I have and I'll give you one now, Palmer Court. It's up off around Park Heights Avenue. Just had a manager. She just got beat up and she got all her tires sliced. They smashed her windows. So we're going to talk about public safety. That's because she was addressed as the person that made the phone call to get 3 cars towed. The people don't even belong there. They were doing a drug deal. So this is what happens. We come in there, they get mad, we get out of there. Nobody got towed, but he still messed her property up. It shouldn't happen that way. And when we come in and you're saying we're going to have to address it with a certain individual, it shouldn't be that way. Our contract tells us what we need to do. Our contract gives us permission so that person don't have to be out there. And it's given us the right to tell. It gives us what it says. We put the signs up. We do what we're supposed to do. And this 2 a.m. to 7, it's ridiculous. It's really shameful because I know a lot of people that get out. They might get off of work and then they might not get in the door until 11 o'clock. And then some people come home at 11 o'clock and their parking spots taken. So now they got to call us to come in and move that one out of their spot because it is a handicap or it is a designated spot. But we can't come because we're working with a minimum crew now because of COVID. We're working with a minimum crew now because of all the crap you go through. And I don't know what people tell you about Baltimore City, but they call it the Wild Wild West. I don't know what you guys call it downtown when you have your meetings, but we know what it is on the street when we're out there. I mean, you got certain streets that they block off and you got 4-wheelers up and down and hundreds of people out in the middle of the night. And as far as the safety factor, as far as the what we do, the people that are complaining or the people that the council member Ryan's talking about, I don't know what he's talking about because people love it when we come. Thank you. I'll show you my phone emojis. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know what I mean? They want the liability. And that's the thing too. When you're going to tell us we're going to come between 2 and 7, suppose somebody gets hurt at 11 o'clock at night, but we couldn't come through there and move that liability. Is the city going to take responsibility when they get sued? I'll tell you somebody you might want to check with. Check with AP Federal Credit Union up in Harford County when they had a lot up there and they didn't have a trespass tower and a girl got raped on the back of their lot and they settled out of court for some big money because they allowed that spot to be, I guess, a safe haven for somebody that was doing wrong. As far as the vehicles and what we pay and what what they were addressing earlier as far as the hours that we put in, it's crazy. I'm 66 years old. I've been out here since 4 o'clock this morning. I was ready to go home with my wife and pick grapes just to make a couple hours in between because I got another guy out that took a test. He was coughing, which of course was a pay week. So now he's going to take off a few days and then hopefully he gets back to work and I can jump back out of a truck. But it's hard out here. And you're talking about cutting our rates? I'm trying to raise my rate to give these guys more money. I got somebody tells me to go get a half a gallon of milk and it's double. And I don't shop. I don't know, but I go in and get a sandwich and I know where I used to get it for $10. Now it's $20. The fuel, you go for fuel is ridiculous. I'll show you one. This is a bill. This was in June. I spent 2,200 hours. $2,200 fixed my rollback. I got it back, it's not fixed. The guy told me I did the best I could. What the hell am I supposed to do now? So now I got somebody else in, and when we talk about parts, here's the parts. What is wrong with it is just 2 gaskets. So I'm paying another company to put the 2 gaskets in, but guess what? It took from the second week of June until yesterday when these gaskets came in and I got the parts. So now I get my truck back on the road. Before that, I got to call Charlie or somebody else to help me out on certain tows. So the cost of doing business and when you're gonna try to cut our rates, and you know, we got people that come in here that sometimes can't afford it. I got a guy who's out here now. He's out in the yard right now. He's trying to get his car started. He couldn't. I put 2 tires on his vehicle off of tires that I had. I mean, we're not dirty people. We're not these villains that you know, the council member or Mr. Ryan thinks are. I mean, I talked to Mr. Ryan twice. Once at a meeting, well, actually longer, a few times. And a few times when he called me about a fundraiser. I don't give to politicians. Why? Because I don't want that connection. I don't want any of that. I give to different foundations, different rescues. And I have somebody living in my building now that didn't have a place to stay, doesn't pay me a dime for rent. So I'm gonna have to stop that kind of stuff. And if somebody calls me and I get out there and I see that I can help them, how much can I do for them? I'm not gonna have the money to take care of my own. My trucks, if I go buy a truck now, it's $100,000. $100,000 for a truck. And when you're talking about the rates, so now you're talking about, okay, for 26,000 and up, the rate of 845. I understand what you're saying, but anything, a maximum rate would be a standard rate up to 10,000 pounds. Well, try to pick up an F-250 or F-350. They're like 78 up to just below the 10, the 250 is. And when you try to pick it up with a snatch truck, it ain't gonna work. It's gonna dance around. So now you got a safety factor. You're gonna limit this guy what he can make on that particular tow. So I'm not trying to waste your time. I'll get off here now. But as far as Mr. Ryan, I'll tell you what, if you want to cut your salary, you want to cut your rate, I'll look at cutting mine. That's how I feel about it. Let's all give. You want to come here and see what I'm about? Come here. I got another apartment. I'll put somebody in that needs some shelter. I don't mind giving. And look at my charitable stuff. I can't do that when you start cutting my rates. I can't keep drivers at the rates because we were shut down. For the 8 months we were shut down, I still paid my people. You still got to pay them. What are you supposed to do? So I appreciate your time, but I think you should give a lot of consideration. And as far as Baltimore, when you think it's so great and the places that we work now, go down there off of Key Highway when they're doing the donuts all night long right there at the farm store. I guess you guys had the police down there for that. Well, the farm store called us and asked us, could we get down there and kind of shut it down? We're tow service because they couldn't get the police out there. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else online that would like to testify? If so, please raise your hand. In the meantime, I will go over to the agencies that are with us today. We will start with the law department to make sure this bill is legal. Elena.
Good evening, Elena DePietro for the Law Department. The Law Department has reviewed the bill for form and legal sufficiency and approves it.
Okay, thank you. Finance? What agency are you with? BDC. BDC? All right, go ahead.
Luis Cardona, Director of Neighborhood Development with BDC. We stand by our agency report of no objection to this bill.
Okay, thank you. What agency are you with?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christmas Sage from the Parking Authority. We stand by our report, which is unopposed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis, what does DOT have to say?
Mr. Chair, we stand by our bill report, which is no objection.
Okay. BPD?
Hi, I'm Shannon Conway, Legislative Coordinator for BPD. We stand by our bill report and have no objection.
Okay. Housing Department?
Hi, Mr. Chair. This bill was not assigned to us.
Thank you. I was just giving you an opportunity to speak since you were there anyways. And I assume, Mr. Hessler, you don't have anything to add? Okay. All right. Richard, do we have anybody else online who's trying to testify?
I will do one more sweep, but hop on and on.
Oh, I see we got Pedro. Yeah, can you unmute him? Okay, Pedro, you have to hit unmute and then you can speak.
Thank you, Chair. Pedro Ponte, Assistant Budget Director. We stand by the report supporting the legislation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from members of the council? Seeing none, do we have a motion to move Bill 21-0125 favorable?
As amended.
As amended? Do we have a motion to move this bill favorable?
So moved.
Moved by Costello. Do we have a second? Seconded by Conway. We'll do a roll call.
Favorable as amended. Chair Schleifer.
No.
Chair Schleifer votes nay. Mr. Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Burnett votes aye. Mr. Costello.
No.
Mr. Costello votes nay. Vice President Middleton.
No.
Vice President Middleton votes nay. Member Ramos is out of the building. So she's recording her as absent.
Is she online, you said? She's online. As is Torrance.
But they're not voting online, are they? No, Richard. We're not. They've been informed that we're not taking online votes.
Okay. Then we'll record her as absent. Okay. Member Ramos is absent. Mr. Torrance. Absent. Mr. Conway.
No.
Mr. Conway votes no.
Ramos is a yes.
Okay. All right, what's the vote count, Richard?
So, I got a point of order. So other committees have held online votes. I would just ask if we could get an official policy between committees to decide if we're doing online voting or not, because I know that other committees have allowed for online voting. Huh?
Earlier this week.
Earlier this week there was online voting.
Okay, give me 1 minute, please. All right, being that the policy is not clear and consistent committee to committee, we will allow for the votes of committee members who are online, and then moving forward, we will figure out a uniform policy across the board. So, Councilwoman Ramos, what's your vote?
Yes.
Okay. Ramos is a yes. And Councilman Torrance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, there are 3 ayes, 4 and noes. The motion is not agreed to.
All right, this bill fails 4-3. We will now be moving forward on to the next bill, Council Bill 21-0114, Building, Fire, and Related Codes, Vacant Building Receivers Failure to Sell. This is at the request of Councilman Burnett, and so I will open the floor up for Councilman Burnett to give his opening remarks, and then we'll go over to the agencies and then to any public testimony. Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill pertains to one of the tools that the Department of Housing and Community Development uses for nuisance abatement, which is receivership. And ultimately, when the goal is in filing receivership is to have a vacant building notice abated by the owner, the lender, or the successful bidder of a receivership auction. The purpose of receivership is to get vacant properties rehabbed in a way that respects the property owner's rights. Receivership gives property owners ample time and opportunity to abate the vacant building notice without losing title to their property. And right now, there is no explicit statute that allows the city to be the purchaser of last resort for properties that fail to sell at auction. So if the bill were enacted, it would amend the building, fire, and related codes to allow a vacant building receiver to offer the property for sale to the city if it fails to sell at public auction. The bill also establishes limitations on the sale price so as to not exceed the receiver's expense in preparing the property for auction, holding the auction, and transferring the title of the property. So the intent of the legislation is an important tool to allow the city to acquire and rehab properties that would otherwise languish as vacant properties because no one bid on the property. Pretty straightforward, Mr. Chair. Happy to take questions on that. Okay. Are you good, Councilman Burnett? Yep, thank you. All right, Law Department.
The Law Department approves the bill for formal legal sufficiency.
Okay. Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Stephanie Murdoch, Director of Legislative Services for the Department of Housing and Community Development. I'm joined here today by Deputy Commissioner Jason Hessler. As the councilman said, the purpose of this legislation is to allow the city the option to purchase the property directly from the receiver at cost if a property under a receivership court order is offered for auction and fails to sell. The cost to the receiver is approximately $3,000 and includes advertising and auctioneer fees. So this legislation would allow receivership to be used on properties that don't clearly have an identified market or developer with less risk to the receiver, since the city may serve as the buyer of last resort. The city would not be required to buy properties that fail to sell at auction, but this legislation would provide that option. When the receivership process works, the city does not have to take title. When it does not work, this is a more expedient and economic option than starting over with tax sale foreclosure, in rem, or condemnation. Thank you for your time. We stand by to answer questions. We stand by our bill report in support.
Thank you. DPW.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Janelle Mummy from the Department of Public Works. The Department of Public Works defers to the Departments of Law and Housing and Community Development. Thank you.
Okay. What agency are you with? DGS. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Hillary Chester from DGS. DGS stands by the report that we do not oppose this legislation.
Okay. Thank you. Anything from the mayor's office?
The mayor's office stands behind the sponsor of the legislation and DHCD in support of the legislation. It is one of the tools that we're looking to utilize in our vacant reduction work.
Okay. Any members of the committee have any questions for the bill sponsor? Anybody? Can we see if we have any public testimony on this?
Mr. Greenfield still has his hands up. I think there's a problem with him.
Yeah,
Other than that, no.
Okay. Councilman Burnett, do you have anything else you'd like to add about this bill?
I don't. Thank you.
Okay. So I heard from some of our colleagues that there was just a need for some further discussion. So we'll schedule a follow-up on this. I know everyone's been here for a while, but we'll do a follow-up and see if there's if those folks come forward with any amendments. If that's okay with you. Any closing remarks?
No. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for everybody for joining us for this long afternoon. We will now stand in recess.